Are you going to have Zoot on your podcast? He's a stand-up comedian from Australia. He said he would think about it. Yeah, very nice is right. Now here's my question: when are you going to have Reverend Andrew on your podcast? I know. Okay. Um, the description of the podcast that we're going to do, though, I want to write it for you, and you can make any changes you want, but we want to make sure it's really good for SEO for search engines. So just one moment. I have like six computers that I'm fixing right now. So, uh, yeah, exactly. You have no right to be mad. I'm the one been waiting 2 hours for you. Now here's my question for you. Let me just tell you how I envision this, and then you tell me if you like it or you don't. Um, so you had said something that was really interesting, which was like you would show your screen for like pictures of stuff. Um, so what if we did? So you say, "Hi everyone, I'm Tony." What you do the same entrance for all of your videos. Hi guys, what's up? Uh, uh, which is cool. It's kind of your it's kind of your trademark at this point. But you say, "Hi everyone, it's Tony. I'm back again with a very interesting series of topics that I'm going to have. We have our friend here, Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild, in addition to being an Orthodox rabbi, is a teacher. And I'm going to let him talk about some of the discoveries that he has made while spending his life live streaming 24/7 on the internet. Rabbi, go ahead, and I'll say thank you, Tony. So, Tony, I have spent a lot of time, obviously, on the internet, and I discovered this website a few years ago, and I find it to be fascinating. It talks about futurism, but I don't ever hear anybody talk about this website. And so I consider it a privilege to be able to use your platform to be able to review some of the information. It is in relation to a future timeline. It's futuretimeline.net for anyone who wants to follow along with us. And what Tony and I are going to do is we're going to have discussions on the different topics that we, we review as I read them. And while I read them, Tony is going to look up and show pictures on his screen. And we hope you enjoy. How does that sound? Okay. And okay. All right. You know how to do it? Okay. Hold on. There's another thing. There's another thing that I would like to do. I think it still exists on Wikipedia. I'm going to check in a moment, and I will let you know if it exists. And it might be the greatest thing that you've ever heard. It might be the lamest thing that you've ever heard. Okay, I have two more computers that I have to do. Then let's start. Just one moment. Yeah. I know it. I know it's okay. All right, Wikipedia. And now this podcast is not going to be live, right? So we can edit it. Okay. You know, you know, I like live podcasting to some extent, but I don't like taking. I shouldn't. There, it's okay. I just it complicates things. Like over the course of an hour, you might get a disconnect, or I might get a disconnect, and if you're live, it's not good. I think it could be. I agree. I agree. Okay. Okay. Um. Now I think you may not like this, but I think it's a good idea going to do this that we don't go straight into futuretimeline.net. I think we should go to Wikipedia first. You may say, why, Rabbi, I really like that website. And I know, I do too. But as we're doing like future predictions, um, I want you to, I'm just going to give you an example. I want you to go to a website, okay? Wikipedia.org. Oh, you're brushing my teeth. Well, you're going to smell beautiful. Okay, then just one moment, I'll get back. Can you hear me? And if you're wondering, Rabbi, this is a really good idea. How did you think of it? Because you'll see the way that I'm going to do this, I think it's a really good idea. If you want to know how I thought of it, it came to me in a dream that I would do a podcast with somebody like this, and it would be studied like millions of years in the future because it's like a timeline. Isn't that cool? Okay. I am because I I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Yeah, but are you at your computer? Okay. Can you go to a website? Can you go to wikipedia.org? ORG? Yeah, just go to Wikipedia. Okay. Not just I am there. Okay. Now you're cool. Now type into the search. We're just going to give an example. Type in 2030. 2030. 30. Yeah. And then yeah. And then click on that. And so what I'd like to do is read with each year what the Wikipedia says is going to happen and then what futuretimeline.net says. Is that okay? Okay. And after each year, I can say to you, as I do this, you're going to be showing pictures, whatever you want. I mean, do whatever you want. Um, but I'll say, you know, um, isn't that interesting or whatever? Do you have any questions? And you can say, yeah, Rabbi, it says that the 2030 World Cup is going to be played in uh, both Spain and South America. Spain, Portugal, and South America. Do you know how many teams are going to be playing? And we can say, I think it's going to be 64, but we'll look it up. Like basically, we can look up any questions that we have, or you can say, before we move on, I did want to say that I think it's really interesting that they say that the World Cup's going to be played in multiple countries. Whatever. You raise any questions that you have, but if not, I'm going to say, okay, if you don't have anything more, we're going to continue. But you realize this isn't going to be your normal kind of podcast. Obviously, it's going to, I unless you want to read, which you can, but yeah, I was going to say, like, I don't want it to be like, I don't want you to feel like, oh, wow, I've got Rabbi and all he's doing is reading the Wikipedia and this website. But, um, a lot of the things that we're going to be saying, I don't want to have to be, you want to look, we want this to look as intelligent as possible. And uh, we should go with the native speaker. Okay. Yeah, and you're going to be, and you're going to be looking at pictures and whatever else, right? Okay, so exactly. So what I'm going to say is, like, I appreciate uh, Tony having me on today. I really think that this podcast may be very important to people in the future for predictions because if the internet continues, people will want to know what the people of today's age thought about where the world is going and what our predictions will be of the future. We're going to use a lot of timeline events from multiple timelines, specifically Wikipedia and futuretimeline.net. And if anybody has any questions about where we're getting the information, those are probably the resources. And it will be interesting for generations of the future to study these videos to understand where we were right, where we were wrong. And does that make sense? What is your question? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna wear what I'm with what I'm comfortable. I have a beard, and it doesn't look like I have an neck. I don't care if people say I'm a fat fuck. So what? I'm a fat fuck who knows a lot about the future. We'll see how it looks. But basically, my black, and I don't want to necessarily wear this all the time. I appreciate it, and you should know that I recognize it's an important thing for me to know. I understand, but I'm not too like. How do I want to say? If I wear a white shirt, my beard is still going to cover me up. No, no. I have my space back. I think the space background makes sense. You're talking about the future. Do you have my email address? Okay. Tony, are you there?
I am.
Can you send the can you send the can you send the link? Tony, also before we start, I want to talk about time. We define a year, a different kind of clock.
When I'm going to be close, I will want to do one thing, and this is I will want to have episode with this cool boss, and because I don't know why like I don't still my this boss. So I
Absolutely. When are you sending me this? When are you going to send this?
right no,
Yes, sir. Okay. Now, I am going to mute the and here, and then we'll just talk in your percent. Okay. Do we have a time limit? Okay. Then we will say our goal to 2100. Okay. Through the year 2100. We'll see how it goes. All right. Here we go. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Oh, your lips look terrible. Your lips. I wouldn't watch your podcast because your lips look just awful. I'm I'm kidding with you. You're too you're too focused on the wrong. Okay. Yeah, it's great. And we will start in 2027 if that's okay with you. Are you nervous? Okay, so of any podcast that we've ever done, this one should be the least nerve-wracking. Because we know each other, we're friends, and it's not wrong. You're gonna you're gonna do that. Yeah. If you want, let's see here. Like if you want to show pictures, if you said you would like, then there's a way that you can show pictures. Can you go to future timeline? Go to 21st century. Okay. Are you showing your screen? Perfect. Okay. Go to like that's fine. Okay. Now there's like a secret part of this website. So click on one of the years, like 2020 is fine. And then in the upper top, all the way at the top, no, not here. Do you see it says, it should say something like futuretimeline.net/21st century / 2020. Let's see. Um, can I send them? I think I can send them a message. So yeah, just just go to this website that I sent you, and it and yeah, I put it in the chat, and then at the very bottom, you're going to see it has lots of pictures that I think will be good for the audience. This one. Yeah. So keep scrolling down. Yeah. So while I'm doing this, you do that, okay? And we'll just see how. I don't know. We might just be and be like, wow, it's been an hour. Let's stop. But we'll see how it goes. Okay? Are you nervous? Are you nervous? I'm none of those things. I'm your friend. We talk all the time on Discord. This you're going to be totally fine. One thing that I will do at the beginning, I'm going to show people my YouTube, so where they can find me. So I'll show the screen just for a moment, and then we'll move into it. Okay? Sounds great. I am. I'm willing. Stop, 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 stop. I was talking. So we need to start conversations. Uh, okay, okay. I have a question. I have a question. Uh, with Riverside, I have to wait at the end and let it upload, right? Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, Tony. Yes, absolutely. First and foremost, make sure you're watching this to subscribe to Tony's channel and like and comment if you find this interesting. Our topic today is on futurism. Firstly, many people don't know what futurism even means. Futurism, as defined, is considered to be a idea that combines economics, technology, and human behavior to study long-term change. Many times, the people who study futurism are known as futurists. A futurist is a person who studies current trends to figure out what might happen in the world. Futurism is something that could be trend watching, problem solving, but what we are not are psychics. And in addition to being an Orthodox rabbi and Kabbalist, I am a futurist. Moreover, I am someone who is archiving time as we know it. And for those anything about me, you may already know this, but for those who don't, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 365 days a year on YouTube live and have been for nearly 5 years. For anyone who wants to view my streams, you just need to go to YouTube and type in Rabbi Rothschild and make sure that you're filtering by live. And when you do, you will find more live streams of mine than you would ever know could even exist for a single individual. I have many, many live streams from different angles. I have ceiling cameras, you name it. And so as life is going for the last 5 years, I have been archiving it. Now, we use a term quite often, the word time, but we don't really think about it. According to Oxford University Press and their research on the English language, time is the most frequently used noun in English. Overall, grammar words like the, to, and are used more often, but time beats out all other naming words, meaning nouns. And we reference time a lot. We don't really think about it. What does it mean? How do we define it? Time is the continuous progression of existence that occurs in an apparently irreversible succession from the past through the present and into the future. Time dictates all forms of action, age, and causality, being a component quantity of various measurements used to sequence events, to compare the duration of events or the intervals between them, and to quantify rates of change in material reality or in conscious experience. We reference time in science fiction, things like time travel, time machines, and certainly use it in our regular conversation. Are you on time? What time is it? And the ways that people keep time. In the past, certainly ways that civilizations kept time were things with a sundial, which uses the position and movement of the sun's shadow to indicate the time of day clock, also known as a clepsydra, which measures time by the steady flow of water into or out of a container. Of course, there's an hourglass, which measures a fixed interval by allowing steady flow through a narrow candle box that use the predictable burning rate of a marked candle to measure elapsed time. Incense clocks, which use slowly burning incense, often with calibrated markings to measure periods of time. Oil lamp clocks, which use gradual consumption of oil to estimate the passage of time. Astronomical clocks, which uses mechanical mechanisms to represent astronomical cycles, sometimes including the sun, moon, planets, and stars. Mechanical clocks, which many of us have in our homes that use gears, weights, springs, and an escapement mechanism to maintain regular intervals. Pendulum clocks uses the regular swing of a pendulum as its timekeeping reference. Spring-driven clocks store energy in a wound spring and releases it through the regulating mechanism, which are common in watches. Other types of we just have wristwatches, which is a wearable clock designed to be worn in the wrist, or pocket watches, a portable mechanical timepiece designed to be carried in a pocket. And as we move into the modern age, of course, the digital clock becomes much more common, which displays time electronically using numbers rather than traditional clock hands. Of course, the electric clock power to operate a timing mechanism or maintain oscillations. And we get into more specific, more accurate clocks, like a GPS clock, which determines extremely precise time using signals from GPS satellites, or an atomic clock, which uses extremely stable atomic transitions as the fundamental reference for measuring time. There are cesium clocks, rubidium clocks, hydrogen mason clocks, optical atomic clocks, astronomical timekeeping, which determines time from Earth's rotation and observations of celestial objects. Of course, we have biological clocks, which use biological rhythms within our natural state, clocks, and circadian cycles to regulate an organism's perception and synchronization of time. And of course, we have network time and internet clocks, which synchronizes computers and digital systems using network-based time protocols and highly accurate reference clocks. There are some advanced, very advanced clocks that I'd like to reference before we start. And for those who aren't familiar with these are increasingly advanced clocks. Really important, maybe not so much while we're trying to figure out what time our favorite television show may come on, but in terms of traveling great distances into the future. And Tony and I are going to be talking about a lot of futuristic opportunities that mankind may experience over the course of the upcoming years, decades, centuries, millennia, and really far in this series. So there are things like cesium-133 atomic clocks, the traditional primary standard defining the SI second. Rubidium atomic clocks, compact atomic frequency standard, generally less accurate than the best optical clocks. We talked a little bit earlier about hydrogen lasers, which are extremely stable microwave frequency references. There are many elemental-based clocks, which certainly can be very accurate to give people an understanding of a technological value. Mechanical clocks are really some of the least accurate clocks people can rely on. But then moving towards quartz, that cesium atomic, that hydrogen maser, that optical atomic clocks, optical lattice clocks, single ion optical, quantum entanglement optical, nuclear clocks, thorium-229 nuclear clocks, and future quantum nuclear clocks. To give people an idea, we get really ultra precise with some of these clocks, even into the hypothetical or theoretical concept of what time could be. So the next time that somebody says, "Are you on time?" Is anybody really on time? Does anyone really know what time it is? When we get into things like pulsar clocks that uses the pulsars and rotating neutron stars, or binary pulsar clocks, even getting into Earth rotation clocks, which derives time from Earth's actual rotation relative to distant celestial objects, orbital clocks, planetary ephemeris clocks, which uses precisely model motion as a long-term astronomical reference, cosmic time or cosmological clocks, a theoretical concept which large-scale cosmic evolution provides a universal temporal reference. We can get really, really, and then the people ask, well, why would you have to be so accurate? Well, if you are attempting to travel great distances, it's extremely important that you have accuracy in terms of the clocks that you're using. So with that little bit of time and clouds and time and such, Tony and I have a very interesting project, and this may be a series that we may be doing on the future. And it was a discussion that he and I had to perhaps in 2026 if humanity thinks the future will look like it in the coming years, coming decades, further into the future. And we know not everything that we discuss is going to be accurate. That much of it may know the current age, this is what people will think in the future. People may watch this series years from now, or decades from now, or centuries from now, or perhaps even millennia from now, and think, wow, this is what people thought all the way back in 2026, where we were. For anyone's reference, if you'd like to follow along, Tony is going to be showing on his screen some of the resources that we're using, and we are going to focus on two. One is Wikipedia, and the other is a very interesting website known as futuretimeline.net. I found this website years ago, and I find it fascinating as a predictor of potential events that may happen in the future. So with that, I'm going to ask Tony, are you ready to start on the Wikipedia page for 2027? Excellent. Very well. Well, starting in 2027, and we should say that it is today, August 8th, and thus these events are potentially going to be in maybe 4 months or so from now. We should have January 15th to 25th, the 2027 Winter World University Games are scheduled to be held in China. From January 20th to February 7th, the 2027 African Games will be held in Cairo. January 30th, 2027, the 2027 German presidential election is scheduled to be held. March 7th, if not triggered earlier, the next Estonian parliamentary election will occur no later than this date. March 19th to 20, September 26th to 2027 World Expo is scheduled to be held in Yokohama, Japan. April 18th, the 2027 Finnish parliamentary election is scheduled to be held, as well as the 2020 May of 2027, we will have the 2027 Division Song Fest that is scheduled to be held in Bulgaria. On May 5th earlier, the next Serbian presidential election will occur no later than this year. May 15th to August 15th, Expo 2027 is scheduled to be held in Belgrade, Serbia. June 6th, the 2027 Mexican legislative election is scheduled to be held. June 16th through 27th, Istanbul, Turkey will host the 2027 European Games. June 19th through July 17th, 2027 African Cup of Nations is scheduled to be hosted in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. June 24th through 25th, the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup is scheduled to be held in Brazil. June 25th through July 4th, the 2027 Military World Games will be held in Charlotte, North Carolina, in the United States. July 16th to August 1st, Viva will host the 2027 Pan American Games in July 24th to August 8th. The 2027 Pacific Games is scheduled to be held in Tahiti. July 25th, if not triggered earlier the next week, parliamentary election no later than this date. August 1st through 12th, the 2027 Summer World University Games will be held in South Korea. August 10th to 2027 Kenyan general election is scheduled to take place. August 22nd, if not triggered earlier, the next Spanish general election will occur no later than this date. August 27th through September 12th, the 2027 FIFA Basketball World Cup is scheduled to be held in Qatar. September 1st, Pope Leo is expected to celebrate his Golden Jubilee of religious life and be honored. September 28th, if not triggered earlier, is the next Slovak parliamentary election will be held no later than this date. October 1st through November 15th, the 2027 Rugby World Cup will take place in Australia. October 16th through 24th, the 2027 Special Olympics World Summer Games will be held in Santiago, Chile. October 24th, the 2027 Argentine general election is scheduled to be held. October 27th through November 4th, the 2027 Commonwealth Games will be held in Malta. November 11th, if not triggered earlier, the parliamentary election will occur no later than this date, December 22nd. If not triggered earlier, the next Italian general election will occur no later than this date, and December 31st, if not triggered earlier, the next Serbian parliamentary election will occur no later than this date. Now, there are some events that do not have a set date as of right now. In late 2027, Artemis 3, the second mission of the Artemis program, is scheduled to launch. We have World Youth Day 2027 being held in South Africa. The 2027 Cricket World Cup will take place in South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. The first Olympic esports games will be held in Riyadh in 2027. That to me is very cool. WrestleMania 43, the first WrestleMania outside North America, will be held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in 2027. The 2027 Arab Games will be held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and the 2027 presidential election in presidential election in the Middle East is scheduled to. With that, we're going to move on to our sister website, Future Timeline.com, looking at in-house. Colleague Tony, are you ready for Future Timeline.net? Excellent. All right. In 2027, the EU will end all energy imports from Russia. This is what is predicted. And I want to again say, we don't know this for sure. In February 2022, Russia began a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This led to international condemnation and sanctions, millions of displaced Ukrainians, and the largest armed conflict in Europe since World War II. The U.S. and United Kingdom announced a ban on Russian oil, while the EU announced a two-thirds reduction in its demand for Russian gas. Oil companies Shell, BP, and ExxonMobil suspended all operations in the country. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, previously in favor of the newly completed Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline between Russia and Germany, suspended certification of the project indefinitely. Amid soaring energy prices, Russia continued pressure against its neighbor and longer-term concerns over climate change impacts. The EU proposed to go even further than its earlier announcement. The Black's leaders began drafting the plans and their reliance on all Russian energy sources by 2020. Finalized in May, the powered EU project will completely phase out Russian gas, oil, and coal imports while accelerating the green transition. Until this point, Russian fossil fuels have been used as an economic and political weapon, costing the EU nearly $100 billion per year. The bloc depended on Russia for about 40% of its gas, 27% of its oil, and 46% of its coal imports. The red power EU energy states, diversify energy supplies, accelerate the rollout of renewable energy, all strengthen and have growth, security, and climate action for Europe and its partners. The energy state has included raising the energy efficiency target for the European Green Deal, a set of policy initiatives by the European Commission in 2020, from 9% to 13%. Fiscal measures included reduced VAT rates on energy-efficient heating systems, building installations, and appliances. The energy diversification effort will ensure the EU work with reliable and trusted international partners to minimize supply disruptions. In addition to new gas pipeline deliveries and LNG imports, this included future developments with hydrogen continuing beyond 2027. Finally, and most notably, the Red Power EU project called for a massive scale retrofit. It proposed a doubling of solar capacity by 2025 and a further 600 gigawatt by 2030 legal obligation to install solar panels on all units, the level of rate of deployment of heat pumps measured to boost both geothermal and solar thermal, shorten and simplify approvals for major renewable projects, and a target of 10 million tons of domestic hydrogen production for use in hard-to-decarbonize industries and transport sectors. By 2027, we invested $210 billion and 2025 billion in upgrading its energy gap into completely and any dependence on Russia imports of oil, gas, and coal. Additionally, in 2027, light-duty hydrogen fuel cell vehicles reached $1 million in annual sales. The first vehicles powered by hydrogen fuel cells emerged during the Cold War space race. These were bulky, inefficient, and expensive. However, it was not until the dawn of the 21st century that car manufacturers began to take the aimed at further developing hydrogen fuel cells infrastructure with the goal of producing commercial fuel cell vehicles. By 2008, over $1 billion contributed to the project. However, the U.S. Department of Energy later shifted its interest from fuel cells to battery vehicles. High costs and the lack of compounded by the culture of running fuel stations over such a large geographical area. U.S. automakers made their hydrogen vehicle rollouts. The situation was different in Europe, however, with less geography and where governments had serious plans to develop the required infrastructure. Japan and South Korea too had similar initiatives getting underway. In addition to expanded infrastructure, future advances in technology reduce the size, weight, role, and cost of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. By 2027, global sales of these non-polluting vehicles have reached 1 million annually for the first time. While still only a tiny population of all of us, only a tiny proportion of total overall vehicle sales, the industry is now entering a period of explosive growth. Also in 2027, Tokyo and Nagoya are connected by high-speed internet. Two of Japan's largest cities, Tokyo and Nagoya, are now connected by the Chuo Shinkansen, a high-speed maglev line. This 178 mile, 286-kilometer line runs beneath the Japanese Alps, the Akashi Mountains, at speeds of up to 313 miles per hour, or 505 kilometers per hour, enabling journey times of just 40 minutes. Built by the Central Japan Railway Company at a cost of 9 trillion yen or $150 billion, the route will be extended to Osaka by 2045. The launch of the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. Go ahead. No, I understand. That's okay. The next event will be the launch of the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. In 2027, NASA launched the new Space Telescope, the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, formerly known as the Wide Field Infrared Survey Telescope, WFIRST. It is named after the first female executive at NASA, who served as the agency's chief of astronomy throughout the 1960s and 1970s and played a key role in planning the Hubble Space Telescope. Shortened as Roman or the Roman Space Telescope, its 5-year mission aims to address cutting-edge questions in two main areas: the universe and exoplanet research. By measuring the precise mix of millions of galaxies, it provides insight into dark energy and mysterious force that is accelerating the expansion of the universe. It probes the chronology of the universe, the growth of cosmic structure, the consistency of general relativity, and the curvature of space-time. In addition, it finds thousands of new exoplanets using the macro-lensing technique, which includes planets with masses as small as Mars, as well as free-floating or planets. This complements the by other telescopes like Kepler, TESS, and the next generation of missions, providing a better picture of the population of exoplanets in our galaxy. It also sets new records for the farthest known exoplanets, offering a glimpse of some different galactic neighborhoods far away from the 5,500 already known exoplanets. Placed in a halo orbit around Sun-Earth-Lagrange point altitude, Roman carries two scientific instruments. The first is a wide-field instrument, a 300-megapixel camera, providing multi-band visible to near-infrared images, able to capture 100 times the area of Hubble's camera. Roman also features 1,500 times the surveillance speed of that early telescope. Its second instrument is the coronagraphic instrument, CGI, a high-contrast coronagraph designed to achieve a part per billion suppression of enabling the detection and imaging of planets with a visual separation of as little as 0.15 arcseconds from their host stars. In addition to its two primary missions, Roman performed stellar seismology studies on a million giant stars. This involves analyzing brightness changes caused by sound waves echoing through a star's gaseous interior to learn about its structure, age, and other properties. It also identifies over 1,000 neutron stars, hundreds of stellar mass black holes, and thousands of Kuiper belt objects, including some as small as 9.7 kilometers or 6 miles across, about 1% of Pluto's diameter. Of its gigantic field and ultra-precise thermometer makes the Roman Space Telescope a unique and powerful tool for astrophysics, contributing to many exciting discoveries in the late 2020s and early 2030s. The next topic is the asteroid 1999 AN10 is an asteroid looking at a collection of Earth-crossing bodies, many of which are large enough and enter close enough to Earth to be potentially hazardous. It was discovered by U.S. scientists on the 13th of January 1999. The object was estimated to have a diameter of up to 1,800 meters or 5,905 feet, or about a mile, enough to cause continent-scale devastation should an impact occur on Earth. AN10 circles the Sun every 643 days and twice each year passes the Earth's local neighborhood. On the 7th of August 2027, it makes its approach as it comes within just 0.0026 astronomical units or 390,000 kilometers and 240,000 miles, about the same distance as the distance between the Earth and Moon. The asteroid reaches a peak apparent magnitude of 7.3, bright enough to be visible with binoculars. Its orbit remains dangerously close for the next 600 years. So better be on the lookout for that. The square kilometer array begins science operations is our next topic. View of the universe is greatly expanded with the completion of a major new observatory. The square kilometer array (SKA) is a radio telescope with a combined collecting area of approximately 1 kilometer. It operates over a wide range of frequencies and its size makes it 50 times more sensitive than any other comparable instrument. By utilizing advanced processing technology, it can survey the sky more than 10,000 times faster than ever before. With additional stations extending to a distance of 3,000 kilometers from the concentrated central core, it continues radio astronomy's tradition of providing the highest resolution images and all of astronomy. First light is achieved in 2027, and the telescope is fully operational by 2030. Direct flights from Sydney to London and New York. In 2027, Australia's national airline, Qantas, begins Project Sunrise flights, the new service described as the final frontier of long-haul travel. Enables direct non-stop flights from here to New York and to London and New York, connecting eastern Australia to major global cities without the need for intermediate stopovers. The Sydney-London journey takes about 20 hours, making it the world's longest regularly scheduled commercial passenger flight. Despite the extreme distance, the non-stop service cuts total travel time by up to 4 hours compared with previous routing that required at least one layover, while also reducing the physical and psychological burden of multiple landings and airport transfers. Qantas had already taken a major step out travel in March 20 when it launched non-stop flights from France to London. That route ended the long-standing Europe and Oceania, marking the first time all inhabited continents, excluding Antarctica, were connected by direct commercial flights. Project Sunrise extends the achievement to Australia's east coast, representing one of the final milestones in Project Sunrise relies on a dedicated fleet of specially configured Airbus A350-1000 aircraft designed specifically for ultra-long haul operations. Qantas receives its first aircraft in late 2026 following delays linked to aircraft certification, supply chain disruptions, and the complexity of modifying fuel systems and cabin layouts for journeys lasting more than 20 hours. These factors push the start of commercial services from an original 2025 target into 2027. Each Project Sunrise aircraft features an unusually low seat count of 238, prioritizing passenger comfort over capacity. Cabin interiors reflect extensive medical and scientific research into long duration life, incorporating improved lighting, increased seat pitch, quieter cabins, and a dedicated well-being zone that encourages movement and stretching during flight. Advanced HEPA filtration systems refresh the cabin air every 2 to 3 minutes, removing more than 99.9% of airborne particles. As part of this climate strategy, Qantas commits to cutting the net emissions of Project Sunrise flights from day one, consistent with its longer-term target of reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2050. With services now underway, Project Sun marks a defining moment in the evolution of commercial aviation, shrink, shrinking global distances while pushing aircraft endurance to its practical limits. User replaceable batteries are mandated in the EU is another event that we anticipate taking place in 2027. During the 2010s, manufacturers of smartphones, tablets, laptops, and others increasingly made batteries non-movable. When Apple introduced new MacBooks with sealed-in batteries, it greatly improved their life and established trends that companies soon followed. The Samsung Galaxy S5, released in 2015, became one of the last flagship phones with a removable battery, after which permanently built or non-replaceable batteries became normal. Several motivations made, for instance, without the need to account the battery compartment designed to be simpler and devices made both slimmer and lighter. Batteries can take on different physical forms of larger, charge more quickly, and handle much greater number of charge cycles. However, this trend met resistance due to the inconvenience and number of potential issues. If some batteries fails, it would require sending the device back to the vendor or technician, causing significant delays for users. In some cases, the battery swelled over time, damaging sensitive components of the device. If, in some cases, if the battery swelled over time, it might damage sensitive components of the device. Users criticized what they increasingly saw as a form of planned obsolescence, while environmental campaigners also noted its contribution to the growing mountains of e-waste. These and other problems led to calls for regulation to reverse this trend. In 2023, responding to these concerns, the European Union proposed a mandate for user replaceable batteries in all devices by 2027. New rules would cover the design, production, and recycling of all recycled rechargeable batteries sold within the EU, stipulating that for portable batteries used in devices such as phones, tablets, and cameras, consumers must be able to easily remove and replace them. This would require a significant design rethink by manufacturers. Additionally, the European Parliament had plans for non-rechargeable batteries. Had the Additionally, the European Parliament had plans for non-rechargeable batteries with a phase-out to be decided on by 2030. And I would just like to take a moment and compliment the EU for this policy. It does seem to make technology better. Next, 2D barcodes are ubiquitous in retail. The first traditional barcode was invented in the 1940s by Norman Joseph Woodland and Bernard Silver, two graduate students in Philadelphia in the United States. Their original design consisted of a series of concentric circles that could be read by a scanner using ultraviolet light. In the 1960s, Woodland and Silver refined their design and developed an In 1974, a pack of Ribby's chewing gum became the first product to be sold with a barcode. When scanned at a supermarket in Ohio, United States, barcodes soon became an integral part of the retail industry, used to identify and track products in stores and warehouses around the world. In 1994, Toyota subsidiary Dental Wave invented the first 2D barcode, embedding data on both the horizontal and vertical axis as a way to track vehicle parts during the manufacturing process. The quick response QR code, which the company developed, saw widespread adoption in Japan alongside many other types of 2D barcodes, also known as matrix codes. In contrast to linear one-dimensional barcodes, this new format can represent far more data per unit area. Whereas a standard barcode typically only has 12 to 20 digits, a QR code has capacity for more than 4,000 alphanumeric or 7,000 numeric characters. More significantly, however, the number of possible combinations became astronomically higher. UPCA, the most common of 1D barcodes, had about a trillion 10 to the 12 possible combinations. The initial version of QR codes released in 1994 featured 21 by 21 modules, black and white stickers, which increased to 177 by 177 with version 40 in 2015. This enabled 10 to the 9,403 possible combinations, more than the total number of atoms in the known universe, ensuring that humanity would never run out of codes. After gaining popularity in Japan, QR codes and other 2D barcode formats began spreading to countries around the world. In the 2010s, they became even more widely used due to the prevalence of smartphones with cameras and code scanning capabilities. The COVID-19 pandemic of 2020 further increased their appeal as a touchless system to display information. With 2D barcodes already widespread in manufacturing, warehousing, logistics, healthcare, and other industries, attention now focused on the retail sector to make its older barcode system fit for the 21st century. These efforts included Sunrise 2027, proposed by GS1 US, a nonprofit standards organization, along with initiatives in other countries aiming to have all shops and point of sale POS terminals set up and ready to accept 2D barcodes. By 2027, this upgrade is largely complete. The use of 2D barcodes in retail offers more data capacity, interactive capabilities, enhanced tracking and traceability, and cost effectiveness. For instance, more information can be stored about a product such as nutritional content, ingredient lists, customer diagrams, and allergens, and helps promote transparency and trust between customers and food producers. The codes can be used to create interactive experiences for customers, such as providing recipes, games, or discounts, and loyalty rewards. They also help shops and food producers gather valuable data and insights into customer preferences and behavior. Individual food products can be tracked and traced throughout the supply chain from farm to table. This helps improve food safety and quality control, and can also help reduce food waste by identifying and addressing inefficiencies in the supply chain. Information can also be provided to stand the next event, which is quite interesting, that May of 2027, is the autopsy report for Elvis Presley being made public. Elvis Presley was one of the 20th century's most iconic singers, often referred to as the king of rock and roll or simply the king. After cementing his place among the legends of American music, his final years were marked by serious health problems. These were aggravated and possibly caused by drug dependence. On the 16th of August 1977, Presley was found unresponsive on the bathroom floor of his Graceland home. Attempts to revive him failed, and death was officially pronounced at 3:30 p.m. at Baptist Memorial Hospital, Tennessee. surrounding the autopsy and its aftermath as the competence and ethics of two medical professionals were questioned. One had his license permanently revoked after charges were brought by the Tennessee Medical Board. An overdose of prescription drugs, including codeine, Demerol, morphine, and Valium, to name a few, had apparently caused Elvis's heart to beat irregularly and then stop. However, rumors of a cover-up were rife as the exact cause of death remained unclear. Vernon Wesley, Elvis's father, had the complete autopsy report sealed for a period of 50 years. The controversy surrounding the autopsy, as well as various other questionable circumstances, led theorists to proclaim that the king was still alive. After his funeral, there were numerous alleged sightings of Presley. A long-standing theory among fans was that Faith was on death. Some fans noted apparent discrepancies in the certificate, a various different spelling of the middle name on his gravestone, him reportedly cutting family members out of his will shortly before he died, rumors of a wax dummy in the original coffin, and numerous accounts of Presley's planning a diversion so he could retire in peace. The full autopsy report was finally made public on the 16th of August, 2027, exactly half a century after Presley's death. The next event that we anticipate may occur is Bougainville becomes an independent country. Bougainville, a region to the east of Papua New Guinea, was first inhabited by humans in about 27,000 before the Common Era. During the colonial period, it was occupied and administered at various times by Australians, Germans, and Japanese. It was the scene of major land and naval battles in World War II between the Allies and the Empire of Japan. After the Japanese surrender, Australia resumed administrative control of Papua and New Guinea, including Bougainville, under a UN trusteeship. However, Papua New Guinea established its sovereignty in 1975 and became an independent Commonwealth realm, with Elizabeth II as the queen. A few factions in Bougainville have already demanded independence unilaterally declared, now naming their territory the Republic of the North Solomons, although this was not internationally recognized. Following 11 months of negotiations with Prime Minister Michael Somare, Bougainville agreed to remain part of Papua New Guinea after being granted a degree of autonomy through a provincial system of government. A civil war erupted in 1988, triggered by grievances primarily related to the social and environmental impacts of the Panguna copper and gold mine, which was operated by an Australian company. One of the world's largest, most profitable open cut mines, it produced 45% of Papua New Guinea's export revenue and 12% of its GDP. But although its government was a 20% shareholder, the local population received only 1% of the profit share, which led to growing resentment. The conflict escalated into a full-scale civil war involving Bougainville Revolutionary Army rebels, Papua New Guinea Defense Forces, and various other factions. The war lasted for 10 years and was devastating, resulting in an estimated 15,000 to 20,000 deaths and displacing many more. In 2001, a peace agreement was reached, leading to the creation of an autonomous Bougainville Republic. This granted the region greater autonomy and paved the way for a future referendum on independence. As part of the agreement, Bougainville would be allowed to hold a non-binding vote to gauge public sentiment on independence versus greater autonomy within Papua New Guinea. On 23rd November, Bougainville finally held its referendum, which an overwhelming 98.3% voted in favor of full independence as opposed to greater autonomy. This result set the stage for ongoing consultations between Bougainville and the government of Papua New Guinea about its future status. Negotiations began on 17th of May 2011 while the president of Bulgaria, Ismail Tovarova, stated a desire to see Bulgaria become independent by June of 2025. Papua New Guinea's Prime Minister James Marape cautioned against setting a specific timetable. On 7th of July 2021, it was announced that Bulgaria would become independent by the year 2027, pending ratification from Papua New Guinea's parliament. Today, in 2027, the world is welcoming its newest country, Bulgaria, which becomes the 196th member of the United Nations. The 20th century had seen worldwide geopolitical upheaval, resulting in the creation of dozens of new countries, but in the 21st century, this has been a much rarer event. Bulgaria joins only a handful of other sovereign states that have emerged in recent decades. East Timor in 2002, Montenegro in 2006, Serbia in 2006 as well, and South Sudan in 2011. With that, that is an overview of what we expect to be the events of 2027. I'm going to ask my colleague what your thoughts are, Tony. I agree with you. That would be quite interesting. Yeah, I agree with you there as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well said. I agree on all points. And as we move into our 2028 discussion, I may make the suggestion, Tony, if possible, to mute your microphone unless you are going to speak to perhaps limit any kind of background noise, if that would be possible. And with that, I'm going to move into the Wikipedia article for 2028. And with that, yes, oh yeah, definitely. I wouldn't, I wouldn't have said it if I did. All right, you let me know when you're ready for 2020. Excellent. Here we go. So in 2028, it is the 2028 year of the common era, and we predict the following scheduled events. January 15th will be the first Women's World Cup. The first FIFA Women's Club World Cup is scheduled to be held January 15th through 29th. The 2028 Winter Youth Olympics will be held in Italy April 12th, if not triggered earlier. The next South Korean legislative election will be held no later than this day. In May, the Eurovision Song Contest 2020 was determined by the 2027 winner. May 8th, the 2028 Philippine presidential election is scheduled to be held. May 14th, if not triggered earlier, the next Turkish presidential election will be held no later than this date. Additionally, if not triggered earlier, the next Turkish parliamentary election will be held no later than this date. From June 9th to July 9th, the UEFA Euro 2028 tournament will be hosted in England, Scotland, Wales, and the Republic of Ireland. From July 5th to 25th, NASA's Dragonfly mission for New Frontiers 4 will be launched with Osiris to Titan from a SpaceX Falcon 1. July 14th through 30th, the 2028 Summer Olympics will be held in Los Angeles, California. I am very excited for that. July 22nd, a total solar eclipse will be visible across Australia, with Sydney, and New Zealand. August 15th through 27th, the 2028 Solar Paralympics will be held in Los Angeles, California. Also excited for that. September 28th, if not earlier, the next Australian federal election will be held no later than this date. November 7th, the 2028 United States presidential election will be held. So unknown dates in May of 2028, Lebanese general elections will be held. In September, the White House State Ballroom is scheduled to open. From June to December, the Jeddah Tower will most likely be completed. Within this time period, it will surpass the Burj Khalifa and become the new tallest building in the world. Quite interesting. NASA is targeting the first two-thirds of 2028 to launch Artemis 4, the first crewed lunar landing since 1972, and the last third of 2028 to launch Artemis 5, the second crewed lunar landing since 1972. We shall see if that occurs. The lease on the Flughafen port lot in Hamburg, Germany, to the Czech Republic is set to expire. The 54th International Eucharistic Congress will be held at Sydney, Australia. The 2028 ICC Men's T20 World Cup is scheduled to be held in Australia and New Zealand. Nusantara is set to replace Jakarta as the new capital of Indonesia. Colossal Biosciences aim to birth the first generation of woolly mammoths and reintroduce them into the Arctic, Alaska, Yukon, and Pleistocene Park in semi-captivity 4,000 years after the species went extinct. And anyone who watches my streams knows the event all the time, and I'm very excited for it, as you can see on my face. So that's not that far away. So that's really, really exciting. And with that, go ahead. That's fantastic. Okay, so 2028, mark your little calendar, friends. We're going to have the first Czech astronaut in 2020, correct? Second Czech astronaut. Okay, excellent. So that's very exciting. Our, no, that's okay. That's okay. Let's, no pun intended, let's check on that. So we'll check uh, astronaut. What is, the first Czech in space was Vladimir Remek, who flew on the Soviet Soyuz 20 mission in March of 1978. The designated second Czech astronaut was Melis Hoda, a military fighter pilot scheduled to fly to the International Space Station in the second half of 2027. There we are. That's okay. That's okay. You're really close. You're really close. No, 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 no. It's close enough. Close enough for 100 circumstances. Nothing like that. So excellent. So people out there, that's a really an amazing highlight for Czech. We're talking about Czech and with that, I will ask my futurist colleague, are you ready to go to 2028, my future heaven? Okay, excellent. Very well. So, to give some people just an overall view from 2028 to 2033, mRNA-based vaccines for cancer and heart disease will be perhaps started. 2028 to 2031, Veritas Mission Mars, or Veritas Mission Venus. 2028 to 2031, Orbital Reef operational. And in 2028, China's economy surpasses that of the US. Medical marijuana is legal in the majority of countries. Completion of the lunar program. China builds the first largest particle. China builds the world's largest particle accelerator. British newspapers are going out of circulation. Launch of the top interceptor
Los Angeles hosts the Summer Olympic Games. Total solar eclipse in Australian atmosphere. Resurrection of several extinct species have been achieved. The Type 26 global combat ship enters service. The European Extreme Large Telescope is operational and Artemis 4 returns to astronomical surface. All right. Alright, so let's see. Start 2020 to 2030. mRNA based vaccine for cancer prevention. During the COVID-19 pandemic, mRNA based vaccine emerged as promising and innovative approach to combat SARS-CoV-2. Two other companies involved in research and development, Pfizer, BioNTech, and produced treatments shown to be highly successful with reported efficacy rates of around 95% preventing infection. These vaccines, based on the biggest vaccine campaign in history, help get global efforts to control the spread of the virus and mitigate the impacts of the pandemic. mRNA stands for messenger RNA, a type of genetic material that carries instructions for cells to make proteins. Unlike the double-stranded helix protein, it has only a single strand of like it has only a single-stranded chain of nucleotides. mRNA vaccines for COVID-19 use a small piece of the virus's genetic material, specifically the spike protein, which is found on the surface of the virus. The messenger RNA in the vaccine instructs cells in the body to produce a harmless piece of the spike protein, which then triggers an immune response, teaching the immune system to recognize and fight the virus if a person becomes infected in the future. Following the success of COVID-19 vaccines in early 2020s, research continued on mRNA for potential use in other areas of health. Scientists reported a huge acceleration in the field, with 15 years worth of progress being unspooled during the 12 to 18 months of COVID-19 vaccination program. BioNTech, for example, developed a new mRNA-based therapy injected into common mRNA tumors in mice. The treatment halted tumor growth and caused the complete regression of cancer in 85% of animals. BioNTech later signed an agreement with the UK government to accelerate human clinical trials of mRNA immunotherapy aimed at improving cancer outcomes by providing new therapy by 2030. Other companies proceeded with similarly fast schedules, including Moderna, which in 2023 revealed its plan to reduce cancers alongside heart conditions and a number of rare diseases. Moderna intended for a range of mRNA-based therapies to be available within 5 years, with an expectation that genetic causes of many diseases could be identified and prepared with relative simplicity and integrity. During this period, stunning progress was made with mRNA-based treatments, offering partial or even complete cures for certain diseases, including a few previously untreated ones. In the case of cancer, biopsy of the patient's tumor is obtained and sent to the laboratory, where its genetic material is sequenced to identify mutations that are not present on the cells, and algorithms determine which mutations are driving the cancer's growth and are likely to trigger the immune system. mRNA is then created containing instructions for the antigens that will cause an immune response. Once injected, the mRNA is translated into protein pieces identical to those found on tumor cells. Immune cells will copy these and destroy cancer cells carrying the same proteins. By 2023, these personalized vaccines are saving millions of lives, while cancer as a whole remains a long way from being fully cured. mRNA-based therapies are a major inflection point in terms of progress, with a number of subtypes now relatively easy to treat. Messenger RNA also provides hope to patients with cardiovascular and autoimmune diseases, as well as rare conditions lacking treatment options. The next series of events that we While several more recent spacecraft have used Venus from gravity assists, it has been decades since Michelle has its last dedicated mission to orbit and study the planet, which launched in 1989 and operated until 1994. After this long gap, the agency had been keen to update its knowledge of Earth's twin, Venus emissivity. Radio science, INSAR, topography, and spectroscopy. Veritas is a 3-year mission conducted by NASA to study Venus in higher detail than ever before. In June 2021, it became one of 2 Venus missions selected for NASA's Discovery Program in the late 2020s and 2030s, the other being the Da Vinci Plus program. Veritas produces global high-resolution topography and imaging of Venus' surface and generates the first maps of deformation, global surface pocket, thermal emissivity, and gravity field. It provides a more accurate estimate of Venus' core size and information about features that lie below the planet's surface, such as fault lines. The combination of topography, near-infrared spectroscopy, and radar image data provides new knowledge of Venus's tectonic and impact history, gravity, geochemistry, the timing and mechanisms of volcanic resurfacing, and the manifold processes responsible for them. Veritas also reveals insights into Venus's weather and polar past. Much of the probe's data is of relevance to exoplanet science and understanding how planets beyond our solar system evolve. While the earlier Magellan probe had a spatial resolution of 200 meters, Veritas can generate image details as fine as 30 meters, a nearly 7-fold increase. Meanwhile, altimetry measurements are by as much as 60 times on board our 2 scientific instruments, the Venus emissivity member factor (VEM) and the Venus interferometer synthetic aperture radar design. The spacecraft operates until 2031. From 2028 to 2031, the orbital reef is in operation. The orbital reef is a low Earth orbit space station designed by Blue Origin and Sierra Nevada Corporation, intended for commercial space activities and space tourism uses. Several other partners are involved, including Arizona State University, Boeing, Genesis Engineering Solutions, and Vector Space. Blue Origin, Sierra Nevada Corporation, and other companies announced preliminary plans in October 2021, just a few days after the reveal of a similar project called Starlab, being developed by a different set of companies. While Starlab had a volume of 340 meters cubed and support for up to 4 people, the orbital reef's design featured a much larger internal space station of 300 cubic meters, supporting up to 10 occupants with futuristic models and huge windows. The large size would allow the orbital reef to host regional activities such as scientific research, industrial manufacturing, exploration system development, and exotic hospitality. The zero-G environment and access to a vacuum could also provide filming opportunities for advertising movies. The space station flies in a 500-kilometer, 310-mile orbit, slightly above the International Space Station. The latter is reaching the end of its lifespan in the 2020s. That the latter is reaching the end of its lifespan as the 2020s drive proposed. NASA has extended its retirement date from 2024 to 2028, and then again to 2030. The agency is now preparing for a transition to a commercial replacement with lower costs, more flexibility, and improved technology. Origin used its recently developed heavy lift orbital launch vehicle, the New Glenn, for assembling the orbital reef's core modules and utility systems, structures, developed by pioneering Genesis engineering as an alternative to traditional spacecraft spacesuits used during spacewalks. Those who visit the orbital can take advantage of this pod-like craft with greater maneuverability, two robotic arms, and a field. So for the people out there who are interested in the orbital save two seats for both Tony and myself in future perhaps. The next, the next event in 2028, China's economy will surpass that of the United States. In 2028, China overtakes the United States in gross domestic product and becomes the world's largest economy. This milestone has occurred earlier than some expected due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The virus responsible for COVID-19 had first been identified in Wuhan, China in December 2019. It spread rapidly, helped by the Chinese New Year migration and transport and major government change. With cases growing exponentially, major disruptions began to emerge in early 2020 and many Chinese cities went into lockdown. As the virus spread to other countries, the World Health Organization declared a public health emergency of international concern in January and pandemic in March of 2020. Initially, COVID-19 had been a major crisis for China. However, its authoritarian government of strict measures eventually allowed it to bring the outbreak in further 2020. While many related to China's government for its delayed response and censorship of information during the government stages of the outbreak, few would doubt the success of China and essentially defeating the virus. By countries, most of countries around the world had lengthy catastrophic experiences with COVID-19, making severe economic damage. The U.S. reported its millionth case by April 2020, and this had mushroomed to over 23 million by January 2021, with over 400,000 deaths, the most in any country. Although the approach tourism advice regarding the outbreak and a laxer approach to prevent infections meant that the crisis would persist for many months. The U.S. and other major economies have negative growth for the year, which China achieved, well, China achieved positive GDP growth of 2% in 2020. China's 14th five-year plan, 2020 to 2025, involved a dual circulation strategy, with plans for both external and domestic demand working together. This had been implemented partly in response to trade disputes with the U.S. and elsewhere, and partly due to would be depressed and that China would be an energy needed internally to sustain growth. President Xi stated his aim as being to fully bring as President Xi stated he had to fully bring out the advantage of its China's super large market scale and potential of domestic demand for establishing development path featuring domestic and international circulations that complement each other. With skillful management of the pandemic and damage to long-term growth in the West, the relative economic performance of China exceeded many analysts' earlier forecasts. China saw average economic growth of 5.5% year this time. By the end of its 14th plan period in 2025, it had come comfortably at the threshold for a high-income economy, defined by the World Bank as a gross national income per capita of $12,536 per Although its growth has slowed to 4.5% during the second half of the 2020s, China's GDP is overtaking the U.S. by 2020. It continues to widen the gap between itself and the U.S. during the early 2030s, though at a slower Longer-term demographic and other problems in China enabled the US to regain its position as the world's largest economy by the end of the century. Medical marijuana is legal in the majority of countries. The cannabis plant had a large long history of respect in use dating back thousands of years. Its usage remained controversial and taboo in cultures. However, not until the late 20th century and the 21st century did it start to gain wider acceptance and legality as it for treating health issues. Due to prevention and governmental restrictions, limited research have been conducted into the safety and efficacy of cannabis for medicine. A systematic review and meta-analysis in 2015 found minor quality evidence in support of treatment for chronic pain and spasms, but lower quality evidence for preventing nausea and vomiting due to chemotherapy. A number of medical organizations around the world called on governments to better their scientific study of these drugs, making growing support for reviews of its legal classification. More and more countries begin to decriminalize cannabis and enable usage for medical reasons. Some even permitting recreational use in great amounts. Uruguay became the first country to legalize the whole process from cultivation, sale, distribution, and consumption. Nearly 20 states in the United States have legalized recreational use by 2020, though it remains illegal at the federal level. Public opinion polls reflected this ongoing trend. In 1990, almost 80% of adults moving marijuana should be legal. By 2020, that figure had declined to just 32%. The strongest support came from millennials, an increasingly influential voting bloc, with 76% in favor of legalization compared to 63% for baby boomers and just 32% for the second generation. By 2020, the majority of the world's countries have unrestricted medical treatment for diabetes. A total of 45 countries made it legal by 2020, and this figure is approaching 100. The products can be administered through a variety of methods, using caps, lozenges, tincture, liquid pouches, oral, drums, ready, cannabis edibles, and pre-rolls in just buds. The global figures give sizes and quote a compound annual growth rate of 23% valued at $6.8 billion in 2020. It reaches $53.9 billion by 2030. The number of people allowed has also developed at slower rate from just 5 in 20 it has quadrupled in 2023, but will not reach until 2040. And I think Colorado will have marijuana is becoming more and more legal. Do not forget the people who have been put in jail because of these perhaps outdated laws and to clear their names. Moving on to the next topic, the completion of the Lunar Gateway. The Lunar Gateway is a successor of the ancient International Space Station, whereas the International Space Station is placed in orbit around the Earth. The International Gateway is close to the Moon. Partners involved in its construction are similar to the ISS, the Canadian Space Agency, European Space Agency, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and NASA. The gateway is developed, utilized, and maintained for long duration commercial and international partners as a staging ground for lunar surface operations, both robotic and crewed, and for eventual travel to Mars. By sending people and cargo to and from ISS lunar space, those involved in the project gain the knowledge and experience necessary to venture to the Moon and beyond. Originally, NASA had intended to build a gateway as part of an asteroid recognition, but later canceled the mission, and in the form of joint space cooperation between NASA and Roscosmos was announced in September 2017. However, in October 2020, Roscosmos stated that the program would be too US-centric for Russia to participate. And in January 2021, that it would not take part in the LG in the Nevada and Space Systems world. The LG would be built in stages, virtually the plan and each part being delivered so by the space as each rocket being developed by NASA. However, a subsequent plan incorporated commercial launch vehicles, such as the SpaceX Falcon 9. The latter would also carry supplies to the LG using a new craft called Dragon XL, similar to the commercial cargo program with the International Space Station to support current missions there and to the lunar surface. The international partners involved in the LG plan for its construction to occur gradually from 2024 to 2028, with delivery of four main components: power and propulsion out of PPE, serving as the main command and communication center of LG. The PPE can generate 50 kilowatts of solar electric power for its ion thrusters, which can be supplemented by chemical propulsion. An S-band communication system provides a radio link with nearby vehicles and could also function as a space plane, transferring a spacecraft from one orbit to another. Alongside the habitation and logistics outcomes, the PPE is the first component of the LG to be delivered by SpaceX on its Falcon Heavy in 2024. Habitation and logistics outcome crew. A crew cabin for astronauts visiting the LG. Its primary purpose is to provide basic life support needs for the visiting astronauts and to enable preparation for trips to the lunar surface. In addition to environmental controls and energy storage, it features space for science and storage, data handling capabilities, and navigation for city vehicles and future launches. The Halo is delivered in 2024. International Habitation Module (IHAB), an additional habitation module built by ESA in collaboration with Japan. Together, the IHAB and Halo provide a combined 125 meters or 4,400 feet of habitable volume for the station. Delivery of the IHAB occurs in 2026. This component also includes a large robotic arm contributed by Canada's Space Agency. European system providing fuel infrastructure and telecommunications. ESPER, a surface module with an airlock for scientific packages, additional capacity for xenon and hydrogen power, and communications. It also features docking ports and a small window application port. ESPER module consists of two parts and is fully installed by 2027. The component requires about 25 launches. Most of them are coming. When the delivery occurs in 28 and begins full operation, serving for missions down to the Earth, serving as a platform for missions. These surface operations are initially robotic and data construction for the human-based images. The LG has an expected service time of about 50 years, allowing it to operate into the early 2030s. Towards the end of this period, NASA begins testing a new and separate vehicle designed for crewed missions to more remote destinations such as Mars. Known as the Deep Space Telescope (DST), this can carry up to six astronauts on extended voyages using both electric and chemical propulsion. The DST is returned to the LG after each mission to be serviced and reused for it. Overall, the lunar gateway lives up to and to places beyond low Earth orbit and arguably the logical strength for human exploration of space. In addition to being a platform for regular visits to the lunar surface and functioning as a link between Earth and Moon, it also provides opportunities to test new technology for reaching Mars. Also in 2028, we anticipate China will be building the world's hardware center. Following the success of the Large Hadron Collider, plans for a machine 52 kilometers or 32.5 miles in length, twice the circumference of the Large Hadron Collider. This would allow the Higgs boson to be studied in greater detail, revealing new insights into the fundamental structure of matter and confirming that the multiple types exposed in existence. Construction began in 2019 with completion in 2028. It paves the way for an even larger project in 2035. And so this design diagram with the Large Hadron Collider, which was completed in 2000, circumference of 27 kilometers of energy of 14. China's Electron Positron Collider should be completed in 2028, circumference of 52 kilometers, 70. China is hosted International Super Collider is to be completed in 2025, circumference of 80 kilometers, less than 100 to be very large hadron collider should also be finished in 2025. There's a circumference of 100 kilometers of energy of 100 T. And for those people in wondering what TeV means, I'm sure that everyone is aware, especially those watching this video. So TeV is obvious. It's an energy level that is a major benchmark for next generations. So unlike our friend Tony and myself, we didn't know what TeV is. That is a tera electron volt. And with that, we're going to continue on to the next topic. British newspapers are going out of circulation. By the late 2020s, the last of the national newspapers are being taken out of circulation. Even once formerly major titles like the Sun, the Daily Mail, and the Daily Mirror have ceased production. The surviving newspapers have now transitioned to entirely digital formats. The printing industry had a long history. The first printing press was invented by William Craftston in 1476. This led to further developments in mechanical typing, increase of printing activities over subsequent centuries. During the 1600s, various publications were spread both news and rumors, such as pamphlets and posters. English Open World in 1640 to 1651 increased the demand for news. Among the first groups were the Oxford Gazette, 1865, Burroughs Worcester Journal, 1690, and Daily Print, 1702. By the 1720s, there were 12 London newspapers and 24 provincial newspapers. The first English journalist to achieve national importance was Daniel Defoe, 1660 to 1731. During the 18th and 19th centuries, the Industrial Revolution allowed production methods to be improved, print runs to be greatly increased, and newspapers to be sold at lower cost. Circulation of the Times rose from 5,000 copies in 1815 to 10,000 in 1834 and 40,000 by 1850, about 80% of the entire market. The period from 1860 to 1910 was considered a golden age of newspaper publication, with further technical advances in printing and communication, combined with a more professional style of journalism and the prominence of new owners. Socialist labor and trade union papers began to proliferate. In 1896, the Daily Mail was first published in the first British aimed at the literate lower middle class market, resulting from mass education, combining a new retail price with many of competition's prices and promotional gimmicks. It was the first British newspaper to sell 1 million copies a day. Two other half-penny papers to emerge included the Daily Express and the Daily Mirror. By the 1930s, over two-thirds of the population was estimated to read a newspaper every day, with almost everyone taking one on Sundays. Circulations continued to The rapid rise of the internet, writing, instant and free access to information accelerated the decline of the newspaper industry. A major factor was the emergence of smartphones, tablets, and other handhelds, web-enabled devices becoming cheap and widely available. By 2015, none of the UK papers in circulation above 2 million. The overall circulation of newspapers declined by 6.6% in 2014, with further declines in the following decade, resulting in the end of many national newspapers. The next event that we anticipate is the launch of the Comet Interceptor. The Comet Interceptor is a mission by the European Space Agency to rendezvous with a comet originated from outer solar system that has now begun to approach. This follows a similar effort that visited 67B mature green world Eros and Code 2015. However, unlike that earlier probe, the new craft was designed to encounter a pristine comet with largely undisturbed material surviving from the dawn of the solar system. The targeted body is therefore the Oumuamua, like interstellar object or possible fragment of approaching the inner solar system for the first time, as opposed to a short period of comet like 67 that orbits the sun every 6 years. The mission is unusual in that it launches before a primary target has even been found. For a dynamically new comet or interstellar object, the time between discovery of perihelion and departure from the solar system, typically a few months to a year, is too short for mission organizers to prepare and launch a new spacecraft. As such, these astronomical objects can only be encountered after being discovered in time with enough warp to prevent the already operating spacecraft to approach. However, new observatories such as the recently completed Vera C. Rubin Observatory are now improving this time by covering large areas of the sky more deeply and rapidly. The spacecraft is separated. The spacecraft is separated delivered to the range point L2 via its own propulsion system. Comet Interceptor consists of a mothership and two smaller probes, which perform simultaneous observations from multiple angles to generate a profile. The daughter probes carry instruments on different trajectories through the comet's tail, while also getting close to the nucleus. Together, all three spacecraft generally improve understanding for distinct comets and their surrounding environment, revealing their structures and composition in more detail and their dynamic nature as they interact with the current provides insights into the conditions that existed at the birth system and perhaps even further back in time. The next event is the NEO searching for potentially hazardous asteroids. NEO Surveyor is a space-based infrared telescope designed to survey the solar system for potentially hazardous asteroids. The spacecraft is developed by NASA and is expensive to the agency's Near-Earth Object Wide Field Infrared Surveillance or NEOWISE mission, which launched in 2009. First proposed in 2006, the concept failed repeatedly to obtain funding. In 2019, however, the Planet Defense Coordination put the mission outside NASA's science budget due to its national security implications. In 2021, NASA authorized the NEO Surveyor mission to proceed to the preliminary design phase. The spacecraft is launched in 2028 with an expected lifetime until at least 2040. It deploys a front shade and operates a real orbit around the sub-Earth L1 inner mid-range rim, enabling it to see near-Earth objects in close inside Earth's orbit. Its mid-infrared detectors are sensitive to thermal emissions that reveal particularly dark and elusive asteroids independent rate is 2048 by 2048 pixels and generates 82 gigabytes of data per day. The telescope's orbit allows fast downlink speeds to Earth. Its mirror is 25% larger than that of its predecessor. The onboard instrument features improved sensitivity of low fingerprints, combined with a field of view that is wide and deep enough to discover tens of thousands of new nebulae with sizes as small as 30 meters, 90 feet diameter. This continues the exponential trend of cumulative discoveries in recent decades and leads to over 90% of asteroids 120 meters or larger being identified and tracked helping to improve predictive abilities. The next topic is the completion of the runner-based. The runner-based startup is a 64,000 free and capacity train running through the base of the eastern range of linking Scandinavia. It consists of two terminal tunnels carrying traffic from north to south and vice versa. The smaller secondary tunnel provides for years during construction as a guide to determine geological conditions, then later used for drainage and emergency access. The 9.2 euro, the 9.2 million euro development project received substantial funding from the European Union. Forms the center of the gigantic Scandinavian flow, beginning from Finland and running all the way down to the Baltic, which formed a crucial north-south axis for the European economy. In addition to the base tunnel in Central Europe, another major component of the Scandinavian corridor is the Fehmarn Belt link in the northern part of the route. The undersea tunnel provides a direct link between northern Germany and Lava, and from there to the Danish island of Zealand of the continent, becoming the world's first combined road and rail tunnel. The Fehmarn fixed link was completed shortly after the ground-based tunnel. Maximum operating speeds of the ground-based tunnel are 251 or 155 miles per hour. For passenger trains and 160 kilometers per hour and 95 miles per hour for freight trains. This helps to relieve a bottleneck on the outbound connections between Germany and Italy. Previously, journeys had involved meandering rail and congested roads with steep inclines. By contrast, the river-based tunnel is an entirely new route passing smoothly and directly through tens of kilometers of rock, has a depth of 1,725 meters. The lowest speed becomes the lowest passage through the Alps, cutting travel times from 80 to just 25 minutes. A major technical challenge had been the four distinct rock types and one of Europe's longest problems, through which the tunnel would need to pass. Phase 1 lasted from 1999 to 2002 at the North River. Phase 2 followed from 2003 to 2008 with recognition, forest, environmental planning, and final technical details. The construction phase of the main tunnel began in 2021. The project involves a total of 21.5 million cubic meters of material being excavated, with about one-third of this being recycled and reused as concrete aggregate in the tunnel. The material goes to 5 sites above ground, acting as filler for the This year, 2028, Sony Interactive Entertainment discontinued this purchase production for all new games released on its PlayStation consoles. New titles are now only sold in digital formats via the PlayStation Store and participating retailers needing more than 3 decades in reach. Now to PlayStation games normally contain physical media. The change reflects a long-term shift in consumer habits. Download subscription and cloud sales, live service upgrades, and large low-run patches on unnamed discs, less central to console gaming during the 2010s and 2020s. For customers still purchasing for pre-used, download codes with those discs leaving any remaining blue plastic cases as minimum than packaging for a mid-to-June license. For retailers, collectors, and preservationists, the decision marks symbolic turning point. Without discs for new releases, ownership becomes increasingly tied to online accounts, storefronts, and licensing agreements, creating fresh consumer financial access, resale rights, and future preservation of the next event, which we will cover, is 1.4 nanometer nodes beginning mass production in semiconductor manufacturing. The 1.4 nanometer process is the next die shrink following the 2 nanometer process node. In recent years, the names of these process nodes have become more of a marketing term rather than the actual dimensional components. Nevertheless, the latest generation enables a further advance in miniaturization and deployment of ever-more transistors into chips. In 2022, Apple released the M1 Ultra system on chip with 114 billion transistors. By 2028, several more doublets in density have occurred, with high-end CPUs and GPUs now packing a lot of the transistors per die. Multi-chip modules that stack or tile several such dies together are beginning to approach the transistor limit. These improvements operate low power consumption and higher efficiency. So now begins higher production of 1.4 nanometer plasma following its fifth generation in 2025. Intel's 14-bit node reached a similar state around this time, although the company faces increasingly difficult competing. Although the company faces increasing difficulty competing with TSMC and Edge, processor trails slightly with mass production of 1.4 nanometers expected in 2025 as the company focuses on under the 2 nanometer yields and other companies continue to new ways to scale down, including gate all-around transistors, backside compatibility, and further refinements in extreme ultraviolet lithography. More experimental approaches such as graphene and nanomesh project nanotube two-dimensional materials are also being explored for the next decade. The challenge of miniaturization is becoming so great that not everyone may still be needed to maintain the trend. The next topic we will cover is Delhi becoming the most populous city in the world. By 2028, Delhi is predicted to Tokyo to become the most populous city. Japanese capital have held this title since 1955, but during the early years of the 21st century, it began to reach plateau. After peaking at 37 million, the city actually went into decline from 2000 onwards. Indian capital, by contrast, was surging ahead, home to some 29 million people in 2018. Delhi expanded to reach 37.2 million just a decade later. India, as a whole, had recently surpassed China to become the most populous country on the planet. There are many challenges associated with rapidly growing America, especially among from the lower-income countries. These include the provision of housing, transportation, water, waste management, and sanitation. Waste management and sanitation, energy, and other vital infrastructure, as well as employment and basic services such as education. However, India's workforce is young and diverse. Its economy is expanding fast and on course to rival other superpowers by 2040. One surprising South Bay, downtown. Travel between venues is made easy thanks to millions of San Francisco highways and public transport, with many improvements and upgrades having been made since the 1980s. By 2028, there will expand several bike rail, West Transit, and express networks operational, connecting all sports parks, airport, game center, and every corner of Manhattan with events. The Olympic and Paralympic Village is based at the centrally located UCLA campus, close to the city's cultural and entertainment attractions. All Olympic and Paralympic sports within 40 minutes of the village. The opening and closing ceremonies are each for the first time staged across two different stadiums. The opening ceremony starts at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum and finishes at the Los Angeles Stadium at Harvard, forming part of the major youth sports, entertainment, and business entertainment hotel and business district. The order is reversed for the closing ceremony. While most Olympic host cities have 7 years to prepare, Los Angeles was given an additional 4 for a total of 11 years. This was due to the unusual bidding process in 2016, which saw President Los Angeles elected simultaneously for 2024 and 2028 respectively. The next event that we have, I think it would be fine, but keep in mind it might be copyrighted. You have to remember this history because it is of someone else's YouTube. So if anybody's interested, you can go to the 1 2 hour video, especially that one. It's probably going to be you can check it out on YouTube. 1 2 hour LA. The next event is a total solar eclipse in Australia. The total solar eclipse occurs on the 22nd of July. Totality occurs in a normal path across Earth's surface, and a partial solar eclipse visible over the northern region thousands of kilometers wide. The central line of the path crosses the Australian continent from the Kimberley region in the northwest and continues in a southeasterly direction through Western Australia, the Northern Territory, Southwest Queensland, and New South Wales, close to the towns of Wyndham, Tennant Creek, Birdsville, York, and Keene. It continues on through the center of Sydney, where the eclipse has a duration of over 3 minutes. It also crosses Dunedin, New Zealand. The next event is very exciting. Resurrection of several extinct species has been achieved. In 2009, the Caribbean first animal to ever be made unextinct for 7 minutes when a clone female was born alive before dying from lung defect. By the late 2020s, a number of other species have been resurrected with varying degrees of success, including the famous dodo, last observed in 1662, the wild pigeon, and woolly mammoth calves. Three different approaches have been taken to restore most animals and birds: cloning, in which genetic material is extracted for preserved tissue to create an exact copy; selective breeding, where a closely related modern species given characteristics of the extinct relative; genetic engineering, where DNA of modern species is edited into the first match the extinct species. Ethical concerns have arisen, however, such as the effect of these alien species on modern ecosystems. The next event is the Type 26 Global Combat Ship Entrance Service. The Type 26 Global Combat Ship is a British Royal Navy vessel that replaces the aging Type 23 frigates, allowing aging Type 23 frigates operates research and development that began in 1990 and enters in 2028, with the program running into the 2030s. A total of 8 ships are constructed by BAE Systems during the time at this time at a cost of more than £12 million or £16.5 million. They remain in service until the 2060s. The Type 26 forms a general-purpose fleet with air defense and a ship towed away sonar and Being of greater size than its predecessor, the Type 26 has more aviation capacity. Its hangar can accommodate 2 Royal Navy Wildcats aircraft, its flight decks for Chinook helicopter, a major improvement, which matches the Type 45 destroyer's Chinook capability. The extra space enabled a larger, multi-role mission-based role enforcement supplies, many hospital, disaster relief equipment, and 164, as well as non-equipment. If necessary, a fleet of ships can be dispatched to a not simultaneously have ran more than 1,000 soldiers at a job site in a single building. This brings massive force to bear immediately before using the any element of surprise, a big improvement over previous fleet operation capabilities. Another notable feature of the Type 26 is an additional connected feature and flexible mission on the aft of the ship. This enables the ship to function as a base for launching small boats, as well as autonomous. The Type 26 is designed with modularity, flexibility, and reliability operations, including air temperature, counter types, counter terrorist, and sensitive operations. The ship includes meteorological and oceanographic radar system, which collates and analyzes environmental conditions. Brits have already received recent completion of its class aircraft carriers. The Type 26 concept combat ship is another highly credited about half the Royal Navy's frontline personnel are operating on these vehicles. The modular design and open systems architecture ensure that they can easily be upgraded. They can easily be upgraded. uh, The modular design and open system architecture ensure they can be easily upgraded as new technology develops. The next event is the European Extremely Large Telescope becoming operational. The revolutionary new telescope was built in Cerro on Chile, by the European Southern Observatory (ESO), an intergovernmental research organization supported by 15 countries. It has the aim of observing the universe in greater detail than even the Hubble telescope. The main air is 39 meters long. This makes it powerful enough to directly image exoplanets, study their atmospheres, and potentially detect water and organic molecules in protoplanetary disks and stars. It can also perform stellar archaeology, measuring the properties of first stars and galaxies alongside probing the nature of dark matter and energy. The 2018 observatory was delayed several times due to financial problems, with first flight not occurring until 2028. The mirror was also reduced in size slightly, having previously been 42 meters. The next event is Artemis 4 returning astronauts to the lunar surface. In 2028, NASA met astronauts on the lunar surface for the first time since Apollo 17 in December 1972, or at least in December 1972. The Artemis 4 missions delivered Red Crew to the moon solar pole region, where 2 astronauts will descend from the sharp lunar landing system, where 2 astronauts descend from the commercial lunar landing system to the lunar orbit of Lord Black. The landing follows a major restructuring of the Artemis program in 2026. NASA had originally intended for Artemis 3 to carry out the first resurface mission in 2017. Well, the agency announced the mission that become Earth orbit has changed for the challenges the human landing system required large-scale equilibrium, which involved transferring orbital propellant in orbit approximately 12 meters. spacecraft transport times record food transport procedures power data department future capital and report scenarios. This report has NASA launched the next mission in the Artemis program in 2028. Artemis 4 flights were upgraded space launch system and carries a million plus additional cargo into the orbit. The astronauts now provide the space-based human magnet system. Crew members transfer to the lander and descend to the surface. Near permanently shadowed craters that contain water ice. Remember, if you below dwarfs Apollo lunar rocket 1960 space human magnet systems 52 meters tall and provides access to communication and internal life. Compared with Apollo 17 7 and at 4.5 cubic meters of through travel space. Because of its height, astronauts do not climb down the ladder. Instead, they ride a cable-based lift system mounted to the exterior of the vehicle, which lowers them with a hatch high above the surface down to the lunar reference point. Two astronauts spent approximately 1 week conducting scientific investigations, testing surface systems, and preparing for future long-range missions. Artemis 4 marks the first time human person color was on the moon. NASA used the moon as a return, but as the start of sustained human activity on the lunar surface. The agency schedules follow-up missions at roughly annual intervals, expanding surface infrastructure, mobility, and resource capabilities. By the early 2030s, heavy capital plans are being made to establish a permanent presence. And with that, we conclude our discussion for 2028 and perhaps conclusion for this video. In future videos, you can anticipate Tony and I going through the other series of years and learning about what we anticipate to occur on Earth and outside of Earth and human development. Before we close, I will let everyone know that you can find my content. Of course, as I showed earlier, you can always find these live streaming 24 hours a day, 365 days a year on YouTube and wherever else you can stream generally. You can find me on YouTube by typing my name, Rabbi Rothschild, RBBI, ROTHSCHILD into YouTube, and the key is filtered by live. If you don't filter by live, you'll see my streams, but they will be from yesterday or last week or perhaps last year. I want you to see all of the live streams that I have for simultaneously. I live in my own time during this. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can find all my social media. There's also a link to the support that I'm available 24 hours a week, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Discord .me/Rabbi. You can also find my writings on things, futurism, and topics on technology, religion, humanity, social justice, at rabbirothschild.media.com. Then I'll pass the microphone back over to Absolutely. And if there's any event that you think might take place during the years that we mentioned, or maybe something that you don't think will take place, put that in the comments. We would love to hear from you. In our future series, we can even potentially take a look at. And if you haven't had a chance, please make sure that you follow our podcast network on YouTube. Go to Tony's Linktree, which Tony, what's your Linktree? So he's linktree.com/life podcast, right? Excellent. And I am linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And we very much enjoyed this. I hope that you all enjoyed it. We look forward to following up with 2029 and beyond in our next series. And you can anticipate from us a series of these. And for as exciting as it is for people perhaps in 2026 to watch this, where both Tony and I are extremely excited, are people of the future to be able to see these as predictions of the future, where we were right in 2026, where we were wrong, where we changed, where we have accuracy. We anticipate there are going to be events that occur that we weren't able to foresee, and how that will change the world. It's been extremely exciting being here with all of you. We sincerely appreciate your time and look forward to our next discussion. Thank you so much. You did so well. Good job. You did really well. And thank you for just listening to me talk. You know, that's kind of what it was going to be. Many of the events that we covered, there's a lot of reading, but I think they were very interesting. Okay. If you would, I know you have another one to do, but just stay for a moment. I'm going to give you, well, firstly, I want to show you a website that's going to help you to get more views. So, great. And I think this would be so cool in the future. We'll be able to watch it together. You know what I mean? Like it's evergreen content because you never know where we were right, where we were wrong. Okay. So I'm going to try to do this. What I'm going to do, what's important for you to do on your video is you want to provide timestamps. And the best, and so I'm going to show you how to do that. And what you do is in the comments, you put your timestamps. You can also put in the description as well. But this is good for two reasons. One, if it's in the description, it'll help people to find it in the search. Two, if it's in the comments, then you'll get upvoted, and then that makes like makes your account stronger. More upvotes. Does that make sense? Excellent. And so just a moment, I'm gonna make sure I find a good generator for us. Uh, you know what? Actually, yeah, I will do that. But before we do that, ChatGPT, Chat, ChatGPT. No, you stop the recording. Okay. Um, once I close out, I think it's a bit faster because I can get up and but even still, I'm live streaming on my phone. Oh, I'm live streaming two different streams right now. So just for a moment, let me make sure that okay. So I think I can just go to one of your videos. I'll go to one video. Is this the longest podcast you've ever done? Yeah. I know. Okay, so podcast network. Let's see if it shows up. I, I, I mean, this is like a scientific. This is like a scientific undertaking. Okay, so I see my podcast. You have 100 subscribers. Yeah. But are the most recent. Um, I'll just go with this. The most recent. I don't know. But that's fine. Yeah, let's share the copy of the people in the future will, and then when we have like 10 hours worth of them, they'll watch it on a playlist. And also, you may not think people will watch it, but the way that we are going to, uh, the way that we are going to put the description, yeah, exactly. And I want you to know, I'm going to do something that I don't normally do. I haven't done that before, but I didn't do with you. I'm going to put out press releases for this. If you don't know what a press release is, it's like a newspaper that gets published all over the world. And so um, I can put that out maybe later today and say that we're taking this off. Um, it kind of depends on um, when we get this published. Yeah, we want to do it coincidentally. But so when people like look at it right now, the Large Hadron Collider, that whatever new one, Artemis 4, we're gonna beat people. We're gonna have the number one result because nobody else is talking about this stuff. And especially as we get way into the future, nobody's talking about it. We should do them. We, yeah, so we do 2027, 2028 this week, maybe 2029, 30 the next week. You know, and just know that like it's the information's really dense up until like 2060, something like that. Or no, up until yeah 2060, and then again like the further in the future that we get, there's not as much. And then once we get to 2100, I'll just. I'll, oh, I was going to say I can just give you the website that does this, and I can be sure this works. You could make one for each one of those articles. You could do it. The key about it is the way that we are going to. The key about it is the way we are going to market. And then put out press releases. We're going to do at least two, maybe probably two press releases. Um, that go, and that shows up in Google News. You know the news tab of Google? Okay, go to Google, and then you see at the top it says AI mode, all video, short videos, images, forums, news. Yeah, at the very top. Yeah, potential. Okay, so here's what I want you to do. Go to this website and I want you to put put this link in and see if it comes up with what. So put that link in. So just sign up for it, and and while you do that, I'm going to check the description for this one. Yeah, yeah. I'm going to do this. And you have a good relationship with who don't want to get reputation. There's a lot to go through, but it's fast. It's absolutely fast. Or what? I'll give you another website. So that was exemplary AI did not work. Um, it might be saying that because the link. Uh, so I'll send you another link to put in there, and you tell me if this works. I just and apologies at the end. I didn't give you a chance to talk about the 2028 things. I just was like thinking like, okay, well, I gotta tell this up. Did it do the thing? Is it good? Perfectly correct. You did perfectly. No, that's fine. I thought it was really good. You thought you thought I was you thought I was bonkers. You thought I was bonkers. Don't worry. Once I'm done with you, I can check out my other streams and it'll go faster. Exactly. So that's what you need to do with all of what I'm saying. No, you need to go back with all your previous episodes. Is it okay if I call you Tony from Life Podcast? Okay. Well, that's just what you go by another. Just- So where you went all the way to your first episode and put that in. And then you also want to do that if you can in the comments and the description and all your other like on Spotify on. I know it's gonna don't get you a legal because that's what you talk about. And then when people are searching it, it shows up as an audio file, actual text. Oh good, thank you. Okay, I'm almost done. And uh, I don't know if we call this uh, I don't think you call it like you know how you have like live podcast number 30, 31, 32. I don't know if you necessarily call it that. I think it's called live podcast future timeline or whatever. Like it's a different thing. You know what I mean? Exactly. So I will I will give you the name of the link as well. And I'm gonna send it to you in here. I'm almost done. I just want to put my links and I got the hashtags in there. So all you have to do is literally cut and paste, cut and paste. And we can, I mean, depending, you know, I mean, you and I both have pretty open schedules. We don't have to wait for next week. Like, hey, let's do it tomorrow. We can do that. But I would publish them weekly. That way, you give your audience an opportunity. Listen to one of them and not get everything. What do you I just what do you uh, so what, let me just ask you before we do that. Um, let's see here. I'm going to put your relevant websites in here as well. Do you have a hashtag that you use? Is it hashtag life podcast? You just make a life podcast. Okay. And then you are youtube.com you you put it all because I don't want to spell over anything like that. Um, we're gonna call it. It's gonna be called uh, right podcast. I would call these special editions. Future futurology. I'm oh, okay. I'm about to start next to it. I'm ready for it. This is this is how I would make sure I mean, I've lost a lot of my accounts in the past because got very material. That's probably the most like the momentum. That's difficult. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. What is it like Legos? Me too. Focus on yourself. But I understand. So, and they have 1,000 people watching them. That's nothing. We should have a lot more than that. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, that's No, I know I have one already. Okay. Send this to your outlet. Look it over. And if you like it, you add your social media. I have a place for your social media at the top. One, oh no, it did. It did. Okay. So I think you can 5,000 pictures, which I'm sure yeah, you should use it all. Uh, okay, I'm not going to send it that way. Let's see here. It's just too much. Um, can I email it to you? Okay. And your email was right podcast. You did? Even if I don't know it. All right, what was the longest podcast you ever did? We did 2 hours. I'm sending it to you. Now I want you to look at it, and this is how I think you should use. Like we'll use it as a template. If you don't like it, that's fine. But to me, it's engaging. It doesn't seem all that AI based. It's not perfect, but it's so can you check your email and then let me know uh, how you did it. Life is tough. You didn't do that. Okay. Okay. Let me resend it to you unless you can fix that. That's why I say if you have the opportunity to use it, why wouldn't you? Do you understand? If you don't use it, then it doesn't do anything. Hold on, I'll change it for you. No, this is your description for the video. For the blog, I can't make it that long. It's only 500 words or something. So I have to show it. And it'll be really brief, but we can't go into it. And it has to be newsworthy. Sometimes they get rejected, but like I'll send you one. See what it looks like. Just let me send this to you. No, it's not. I'm not sure. Okay. So you should. What do you need to do? Just tell me. Just tell me. What did you want? Okay. Okay. So where were the two miles? No, no, no. That's how I do it. No, that's not. No, that's not. That's not church. That's how you do that. Okay. You're the ones who should tell me. Once it published, that's great. Okay. Are you at your email? Okay. You should have it. So I did one. I'm just going to send you one of the press releases that I did for someone else. And it'll be similar. So I'm sending this to you in the chat. Okay, but you see, it's like a, it's like a newspaper, right? Yeah, so that's what it's going to be. And I'll send it to you. I can't tell you that. I really do. That's they limit everything. It has to be used where it has to be under 500 characters. You have to put the links that you can put usually to let just hyperlinks. Um, I, I will put links that I send you, your YouTube and your link. So I'll put that because the more it just cuts into the amount of characters. Um, and I don't really, I'll try to do really, um, it, and it's just going to be a description that we are taking off this. I'm probably getting two of them. One of them that we're taking this off, and the second one's going to be talk about the time out from 2027 to 2020. And you know what, just for you, I'll, in my, um, just stay here. Um, if you have to go to the bathroom, I'm going to go to the bathroom, whatever you do. But I will just send it to you. Then you can continue to work. Yeah, no, not the reason why is, I've had people with like 250,000, and other people have like 70,000 downloads, people with 190,000. Those are really exciting because those anybody can see. You and I both combined have like 1,200 viewers. It's not YouTube. It's not that big. And, so, yeah, just a word up with your send it. Um, so I will, I don't really like this. It's too, here's what I'll, because I don't have to. I will put these together and I will send them to you separately. Then you just don't put this okay. Okay. Excellent. If I send you here, this will just go back to the body. Okay, well then with that, I'll keep my computer open. I'm going to stop. I'll allow my take a break, but I will. Yeah, no. I understand. What I want to say is, okay, so tonight at the same time that you came in, I come in again, and we can plan on you. Like you can post that whenever you want. Um, but just I'll send you an email with two different press releases. I can't guarantee it'll be exactly what I said, but it'll be close. And if you have any changes, I'll make sure to change it there. Um, I have your YouTube and your YouTube. And if you have any changes, you can get rid. And when I stop communicating with you, then I'll put you back. And also, I'm looking for on this computer alone four other places, so it's too much. But um, the key, the, the key, the key is putting the description just like we have it. You know what I'm saying? Like you can take the description that I sent you in an email, and then say to ChatGPT, make this for a TikTok. It'll condense it, and then make it for Instagram. Does that make sense? Excellent. All right. Well, this was really fun, my man, and we will. We can do another one tomorrow if you want, or we can do it maybe later in the week, whenever. For me, it's easier to do on the weekends because I can do it on the plan podcast. But maybe we do another one tonight or certainly next week. Okay? Thank you. Absolutely. Shout out to Tony, everybody. Oh, that was cool. Very cool. Oh,
Yes. I'm a little raver. A little white claw in your yeah. It's a little wind in your pacifier. It's yeah. I know it didn't let me grow up. I know it's worse. Yeah, I just didn't apologize. Okay, no, seriously. You pissed yourself in a way on what you live in drops and bullshit. Apologize. I don't think I'm gay, but like I think gay. That's okay. Well, I mean, I love it. You know, me, all my friends, we all grew up in the comedy store. You know, it was our college experience, and it's fun to watch you go through what you can do. I'm not going to set you off. It's just a show off of, you know, a real boy. Just a good boy. Can't wait 2 more seconds for that hot it's so fun to watch you grow physically and until we hear at the mothership. We love you, you young buck. Great wild success. Can I champion one thing on the show real quick? Sure. I had a threesome. Now we got something to talk about. Yes, like power, absolutely. Oh,
Great job. Now we go to the bucket. You guys know this is the part where things can get a little bit wet because we're eating people. A lot of these people's hearts are bleeding out of their fucking chest. Because minutes before they have no idea that they're going out, and all of a sudden, they're on the biggest comedy show in the world. This looks like a fake thing, but I'm going to read it anyway. We're going to see what happens here, ladies and gentlemen. Your first fucking pull of the name goes by Tony Pepperoni. the legend of a little blue chew. Discover your options at bluechew.com. And we've always got a special deal for our listeners. It's always get your first month of blue chew free. Just use promo code Tony and check out. $5 for shipping. Wow, that's it. So blue chew's creation of upgrading community one tourist at a time. Head to bluechew.com for details and safety info. Thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Guys, this podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. You know, it can be overwhelming to have too many options. Figuring out which TV shows to stream or deciding which way in the morning can just be too much. Well, the same applies to your business owner who's hiring. It can be overwhelming to have too many candidates to sort through. But you're in luck. ZipRecruiter now gives you the power to proactively find and connect with the best ones quickly. All of their innovative resume database right now. You can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Tony.
Recruiter is the best hiring site out there. ZipRecruiter resume database uses advanced filtering to quickly hone in on the top candidates for your roles. See a candidate you're looking, you can unlock your contact info instantly. It's no wonder ZipRecruiter's #1 rated hiring site based on cheap.
The #1 rated hiring site based on cheap news. Into candidate overload. It's cheap. You're hiring at ZipRecruiter for quality candidate with the first stage. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Tony right now to try it for free. And ZipRecruiter.com/Tony. ZipRecruiter. This is what you do here. We're at the bottom. We'll go through the name of
Sorry, I should be doing these things.
are correct. Wow. 106 to go over there. Amazing. And so you've been on the show once before, right? Yes, sir. Your heart was the guest. We learned about
well, I did the tour, then I looked down, my name, okay, then I went like this, my name's really, let's talk about a bar. You have a very good command of the stage. You're calm, cool, collected. How old are you, Mark? How long have you been with stand-up? 4 years. Basically, this is my first time on stage. All right. The first time I ever actually did a stand-up was when I was in 11th grade. I was in this class, it was called a speech class. It wasn't a hold on. It was like a presentation speech or something, you know. And the one week was for doing a stand-up act. And I had two first go-arounds. I had a Cleo Bringle box and Clark's Clown. I had that shit memorized. I had the first thing I ever done. So this is your first time on stage since then, right? Sure, you haven't done any shows. I know you have all the mics done. You just decided to come here. What made you do that? I don't know. Kill Tony. Probably almost any sign that you do stand-up. But then I think once to like, I was initially going to try to just over mics and like 3 minutes, I was like 3 or 4 minutes and see what's best to on here and shit. But then why? My first year came out all of a sudden. Like I had 3 different voices that I was going to sing. How was that? Neon Racing, Jeffrey Neon Racing. You know what I have? Yeah, and ACL? Took all my toes and I don't know. What happened to your toes? I had like a okay, that's the same way. How long ago did you move to Austin? About 3 years ago. So you were 16 years old, you moved to Austin. Where did you move from? Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Were you doing Pittsburgh? No, I've been doing like all my ways. Construction work, plants, and all the equipment. That's why I just started doing like online merch stores or something like that. Okay. What do you do for fun? Okay. Show us your thing. It's not like being fat. I said my little toe was kind of curling over a little bit off to the side. That was great. So they made your toes straight. So the doctor made your toes straight. Okay, I'm gonna need to talk to this doctor. Anyway, do you have any kids? No. So you were just a wife ever? Never married? Gay? No. Jesus Christ, all right. So you had girlfriends? This relationship months, that's it. How do these things end so fast? You're handsome, man. You look like a pro wrestler or something. sounds different the way you said it. Also, that's what I'm saying. You're not terrible. The numbers can be so honestly true. You're something more. Just say like you said. You're right. That's what I'm saying.
she was seizing up, I guess, on something that what they're trying to. Was it at a specific gym? Was there something that it was? Yeah, it was like the Chinese, the Chinese or the pandemic, which is a Korean, I say that. And then one of the
blind. I always wanted to do comics, like even before I went blind, but I kind of forgot about that. But just doing a bunch of surgeries and things like that. When I went blind, I was just sitting at home in the dark, listening to like Zodiac shit. So ever since then, I wanted to do this. Like, it's like you're coming.
Amazing. Well, Chris, it has come full circle for you, my friend. Even though the lineup is out of control nowadays, so many fucking talented regulars, people in the rotation. I have to say that I want to see more of you. Having you sign up technically would just be a tremendous hassle for you and for everybody else. So that would be the first and the only one that matters to tell you that you are indeed the newest one to go in. Everyone's on their feet, Chris. They're going crazy. Step up to the mic one more time, real quick there. How do you feel right now? It's right here, right? Jesus, we're staying forever. What are you crying for? Jesus Christ. Fucking, you saw Tony Pepperoni earlier. Tommy Salami. What the fuck is this guy? Look at this fucking goose over here. Holy shit. How do you feel?
Thank you so much, dude.
Absolutely. Welcome to Texas. You're an amazing talent. I'm looking forward to having you on. Hey, you guys put an ovation.
Girl, the front row, sure.
Another one. So I continues to grow. Wow, that was cool. You guys having fun out there tonight? To the public, as you see, or you can't see, anything that happened here on this show goes from funny to compelling to heartfelt to terrible to amazing. Your name's fucking Carmichael, everybody. Carmichael.
My parents would always tell me, alcohol will never fix anything. Then why did you carry beer in your toolbox? I think I noticed.
So every time you do a show, anywhere you go, every time you do stand up, all the other comedians are like, oh, this fucking guy's so eventually your impression, right?
Some people wait outside the door.
Have you seen Rich Edwards stand up? How old are you?
31.
31. So when's the first time you saw Rich Edwards stand up? Were you a big fan of his at one point?
Oh, at one point, I mean,
Okay, I hear you. That's funny and all. Seriously, we're all like witnessing. It is like a Mitch Hedberg impression. Did you always talk like this? Sure. Is this how you talk in real life?
really, I don't know what to tell you.
You do like Christopher Walken impression?
I don't watch movies, man.
The most interesting thing about your life, tell us. What would be interesting to find out about 31 years of script tonight? Tell us.
I'm a cast iron, man. Oh, yeah, it's cool. You gotta take care of it. You get a cast iron, you have responsibility. Like a lot of girls now, they're dog moms. I'm the father to dad.
Well, tell us something else interesting about you.
I don't. That's fun. That's something. I'm having trouble sometimes because I fall a lot. Like, I don't like the Texas cheerleaders because I was going really fast and on the sidewalk. And so I fell into the ditch. And I'm laying on the ground and she looks over me and she's like, is your bike okay? And they're like the little scooters, they're the way too. To me, a Texas cheerleader is like a flying scooter. I'm not going to have to pay to ride you, but I just prefer you get out the way.
Fun times. Here's the lunch book, my friend. There he goes. Carmichael. It's kind of like blasphemous what he's doing.
Awful.
I can't believe Johnson just do all the different like this whole show. Yeah, and looking like this is kind of crazy too. Anyway, they saged the room. Never really saged. I've never saged the Bill Tony and saged before, but that one kind of creeped me out. Yeah. All right. You guys good? Everybody good? This guy's seated enough. Nice, nice, very nice fucking roll, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone.
How's it going? On my first day, didn't really know how to take these for. I think it's hard to hop on mine and Google things that get yellow teeth. I'm from Chicago. I'm in the meeting scene here. She's good. She got the other day. She's awesome. Opened up the car door for her. She's like, look at this. Shit, where is that? I'm like, easy. I noticed it. Chivalry and Cool. Window works is fine. But that's awesome. Really big fan of these folks out here together. They're pretty cool. Pretty connected to the childhood. I used to
muscle cars, which is pretty fun. But now I feel like you're just so bad to get these things. You're seeing all these like demons or like hanging out the streets doing it's fun. Right, that's okay, my great son. Fun habits. All right. Okay. How long have you been on stand-up? It's kind of weird. I started in like 2001. And I really like the show, so I kind of moved out here. Nice. How long did you live with us? I'm used to 420. 420. Fuck it. What do you do for work? I haven't found a job. Okay. Plan. What are you good at? Steering cattle in the birds. No. Where are we going for? Chicago. Construction. That's not like in Chicago. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Are you looking for a job in construction here? I have been. How's it going? Oh, not bad. I got actually turned down a few jobs. It's weird. I just wasn't catching the vibe. Okay. How much money do you have saved up? What? A lot that I don't want to like your core friends reach out to me. Number, it's not a lot anymore, but it was supposed to get me out here. They got like the runs keep taking check it out. Have a minute. A little bit. I got a purple bed. Nice. Yeah, very good. Purple. Okay. So what do you do for fun? Stand up. I went to golf. I watched. Yeah, it's fun again. All that. All the rank. Watching is more exciting than there's nothing fun about that fentanyl fees that we went through under the Biden administration. And now practice that thanks to the raiding and defending the United States, Donald Trump. And 300 people just shut the show off right there. I don't know if you guys have that, but that's what they do. They really can't hear that. These mental health lines. Please tell us the most interesting thing about your entire life is the first meeting. An overshare. Right now, man. Yeah, all right. How I got my money. I worked for Tesla. Got the shit kicked out of me. For actually being the only one there. To the shit. They like hired everybody else. Like, I mean, I would not buy Tesla or any of their products. More shit. I know. Sorry. Wow. I want to hear that. But their shit. What I was doing was like, I was the only one from there. There was not a kid's one. So I was like, oh, it's going on. So like, you're at my house. What, do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, it's a solar roof. It makes money off of it. Yeah, I it's like they were doing jobs and they were like, they didn't like check out where the sun went. And then we put it on and there was like a huge house behind it and it's working all the time. So we went back like 8 times. And we're like, yeah, no, it's that thing install. I'm like, oh, that's design. Like, there's some huge house blocking the sun. So I got a lot of money from it. There was a dude there who also did cedar shake. Like, shit. Like, I was like, how much is that on? I don't use it, you know, like, well, like, I was all punched in the face, kicked in the ribs. Well, thank you. He took my helmet off and snatched it off. If you get my phone, if you have my, like, you can read what, like, Tesla saying, everything that all dudes wrong, and it was all there. It's like, they use a OC and all this shit. And then, you know, they slam the helmet off my head like a bat. This guy said, solar panel, son. Shut down. And they beat the shit out of one guy. Right. So, I need to get much money. Well, I fucked up my hand in the fall. And then, like, I don't know, the chick who did the surgery, like, left some metal. There was like Wolverine for a little bit.
out. Like, so I got a fuck. Yeah, it's probably fucking hurt. Sure. $20. I'm buying leather jackets in the middle of the summer. Like, you know, I have that's well, yeah, that's yeah. She wants to be pregnant. I think she's 8. So, why do you think I'm just saying, yeah, I don't know. I just know my, like, singleness never settled down. I don't know. You ever think it might be you, Mike? Alright. Any crazy accomplishments? You ever win a trophy for anything? When I was 6 years old, I told my parents I figured out that I was a doctor. My sister's like, I got this whole kid. You might actually see them twice, so make them all. Then after divorce, they just like gave up on parenting, like, oh god, I'm ready to do it. That's somebody else that called my home plan parent. I don't like the name of it. My girlfriend thinks I love plants because she got me realizing it's in my shower. This is true. I love plants. I love plants very much. Plants. I think we're out to transplants. Alright, you guys are gonna appreciate it.
as Ian and got a good shot. Derek, what's the interesting thing that in your life that's ever happened that you've ever done? I find it compelling. I have millions and millions of people watching.
I won a couple film festivals for technicians.
Oh, wow, claymation. What types of things were you making out of clay?
So I do like tavern that has like monsters and monsters.
Very nice. Where can we find this work at?
The YouTube evidence videos are wrapping in a place tavern. It should pop up. It's got all the stuff. It's so hard to spend all your day in a room.
Yeah, what if you were in the cosmetic aisle, I must know what section of the grocery store that your girlfriend worked at.
She took over for me when I left.
Wow. So she's in cosmetics, so she's still in Portland. So you're here, she's in Portland, but you're only for a month. Wow. Incredible. What do you miss most about her? Right? It's weird because it's like a professional, right? Colbert's they're getting fired. It's crazy, right? Doesn't make any sense.
So I was like, hey, let's go smart. So let's just smart together. Cheers.
Okay. Right? We like Derek. Congratulations. You're on California. You're for another month. Sign up again. Congratulations. Makes sense for Derek. You're buying all fucking full. Some noise for trucks for insurance, everybody.
Wife, she's been telling me for a while that I need to watch this Gypsy documentary. And so, eventually, I finally came to I watched it. If you don't know Gypsy, she suffered from Munchausen by proxy. Her mom, she fabricated a bunch of diseases for her, pretty much kept her imprisoned in her own home. Didn't let her go anywhere. So, eventually, Gypsy got tired of it. She went online, she got a little retarded boyfriend. Well, they both ended up going to prison because he stabbed her mom to death to set free. That story was so crazy to me. It blew my mind. Because they had me sitting there thinking, 34 years, I'm not going to much house of my proxy when you listen from the back. That's my time.
Long setup. One punchline. All that information for one little fucking. How long have you been doing stand-up, Jack?
2 years.
2 years. Would you consider that joke your best joke? Was that something that like worked out great something here?
I've been working on it. I have more things, but
The documentary came out 8 years ago. 5 seconds. I hit the landing at 56 pound trust. I was very forward. I mean, that's something. I don't know. It caught my attention. It's like watching a southern person show. Like a really sad one person show. You know what I mean? Like it's like an accident. Like you really like there was some nice and right now you play like this soundtracks. But I actually like this idea. I should watch actually the man plays music like it's a way to do generic like civil war music. Like you go through like nice cities and nice cities. Ladies and gentlemen, here is treasures. Oh wow. She's been telling me many years now. But there's this Pepsi Rose documentary. And I'm not just need to sit my whole ass all down and so I'll do it. I'll talk about it. crying tears of joy and screaming, "Free at last! Free at last! Thank God Almighty, we free at last!" A woman from Thailand filmed herself having sex with a bunch of US monks over the 20-year period and blackmailed millions of dollars out of them to keep quiet about it. Bangkok, indeed. They were estimating that going to 18 degrees. Yeah, that's 94 degrees, and you're coming to $10. Like, y'all ever heard of the BTS? Well, the Yes, numerous times on the show, 305 humans signed up for tonight's show. And the show knows what the fuck is up. The bucket gets crazy. They get 60 seconds on the road. And they're talking some of the other side of it. But up there, I was thinking of the name was Hollywood Bear. It's going to be a lot of fun watching them do physically sweat. They're so shocked at their bodies. And then seats broken here. So they're in a nice air conditioned bar next door right now. They're going to be in the nice air conditioned backstage. And they're going to walk out. They're going to think it's them. So let's have some fun. Before we get that first bucket call, I have a golden ticket winner here ready to debut a new game of stand-up comedy. We're going to watch all together one of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the most famous comedian of the United States. It's Martin Phillips, everybody. So weird. Was she non-binary when you started dating her? And what else changed other than hair? What else changed? And was she on medication at the time? What do you mean by that example? Oh, fuck me. You know, I actually did get some just throwing jokes. Well, we are back in the 80s. It's 80.2 degrees. So if you pay attention, sunlight's getting more green. Everybody, who likes it on in here? Let's go. 60 seconds on the market for Joe Fine. Joe. What do you do? Like I said, is that there? Sure. What do you do at nighttime for fun? Oh boy, next week we are back on Netflix. There will be no YouTube episode on Monday, August 25th. You're going to have to go over to Netflix and enjoy the action-packed episode live from Madison Square Garden, at Madison Square Garden. Its release of Kill Tony on Netflix is an unbelievable breakthrough for a podcast to have any episode on Netflix. This is our second one. We'll see you there August 25th on Netflix. All of the land, everyone. Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nacho Verde. Rolling on the electric guitar, leader of the band, John Lees on the keys, and the one and the only, the notorious. Oh my God. What a show we are going to have tonight. We're happy to have you all. Before we get started, here's one of the amazing sponsors that make it all possible, especially ZipRecruiter, Shopify, PriceMix, and others. Start tonight's fucking show or what? Every single week, two of the best comedians in the world I cook on this show this week. And for one of the best, the most watched special of 2025, including 10 specials available on YouTube. The other one is one of the original regulars of the show 12 years ago. She was forced into the cult image, unheard of at the time, of writing and performing entertainment every single week for the internet today. She's one of the best female stand-up comedians in all of the world. Our guest tonight, Allie City, and Jimmy Condon, everybody. Oh, yeah. Oh, Jimmy Condon.
Costco.com for tickets.
That's right. You guys know how it works. About 300 Canadians signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket. Maybe a minute, uninterrupted. Another time it's up to give us time to get. It's able to wrap it up. I'm skipping up the hanger. Let's all leave it there. And then I interrupt them. And we talk about their lives, about their set, about anything that might be more interesting. I think possibly we can talk about or anything interesting about your lives whatsoever. Opens and provides anything that happened. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Well, Ryan will be coming in from the bar next door that I just pulled out of the bucket. We are going to start with a very special comedian. He's not a regular. He's not fully typical. He's been on only one time ever before, but I want to see more of him. I think everybody wants to see more of him. I kind of think he's an instant legend in my mind. Makes sense for the long-awaited return. Kicking off tonight's show before him. And this is so insane.
Anybody else really want to think of one of the intense just out their ways? I actually lost myself on I accidentally put it in my head. So that's the point. Like I said, my face was I know. That's like the other one Friday. So it's all stretching out. Swung up the stairs. Open the bedroom door. There she was. She had herself.
Welcome back, my friend. I love your style, a dark, dirty, evil clown. You are so photogenic, videographic. I'm not exactly sure what the word is, but you play well on this show.
Thank you.
Nice.
Amazing job.
What?
Amazing job.
Oh, Jesus Christ. See what I'm talking about? You just got me again. I've been so instant tickled. Fuck yeah. I love your style, Sir Winston Nichols. Remind us, how long you been on stand-up now?
Since you have stand up 10 years,
Well, right, 6 years of stand-up, 10 years in white space. Absolutely incredible. Fun times. This your guys' first time seeing Sir Winston Nichols?
I'm from the clouds, man.
Do a magic trick, he'll run away.
So it's you're both British and doing a convention of like people really are freaked out about you guys. Yeah.
I don't see my neighbors.
Like neighbors.
Yes.
Okay.
He's British, he's so white, this is like actually fun.
So what do you do here on clothing or you're doing stand-up?
Yeah.
What do you collect?
My greatest fingerprint in a snowflake. Fingertip.
Fingertip.
Yes, a snowflake. A snowflake to be a snowflake. He cut his fingertip off in the shop and I picked it up from the hospital and I kept it.
This is one of those moments where it's not a thing. If we're watching this thing, it's gonna have a documentary right now, you guys.
Did you put it in?
She has a Mustang gallery. Very tight bag. Actually. But yeah.
She goes, and how'd you learn how to read? And I was like, well, she and this teacher began someone usually teach her little siblings and whatnot. She learned to read that one. My sister said, all I'm reading is a scam. Used to stay away from my money. She goes, how'd she learn how to talk? And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Does anyone here know how she learned how to talk? I looked it up on Google. Apparently, this is true. Annie Sullivan used to take Helen's hands, put it on her face, and in her mouth, and she would feel the vibrations when she spoke and mimic those vibrations. Imagine thinking that shit. This was fresh already. All right, Jimmy. There's just maybe about 2 months ago. There's an interesting thing to say. 5 minutes ago. Interesting thing.
Hey, look for this. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Everybody stop what you're doing. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Did you get my press releases?
Yes. It's not so much. So we're going to make that episode ready to go. Start with a new placement.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. And sometimes I just yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Right, well, these things happen. Did you read my,
Yeah.
what did you think?
I think it's very good.
Excellent. And so it's okay if I publish it.
Yep.
Okay. I wanted to know, I want you to know I really thought that our contest today was really good. The more and more I look at it, the more and more I think of it. It's like it's like uh, it's like a time capsule. That, so did you fall asleep? Okay. Very well. Well, if I were you, I'll show you how to do it. But I would start. Look, I mean, did you have a chance to? I'm pretty sure you did. Just ask. Did you have a chance to put timestamps on all your videos? You recognize why that's important, correct? Excellent. Did you sleep? Okay, I mean, you were tired, but did you sleep? Did you fall asleep? Did you fall asleep? Did you fall asleep? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You can't hear me. Can you hear me? Tony, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, apologies. You did exactly correctly. If I ever cut out or something, you can just say to me, hey, I can't hear you or something. But don't leave. Sometimes people are in here and they're like, okay, well, he's gone. No, I'm just resetting my device. So if anything, wait 2 or 3 minutes and I'll come back. You know, um, okay. So you don't remember if you fell asleep?
No, I don't know. Sometimes my brain every time I know it's
No, that's okay. You were exhausted. And we, doing a 2 hour podcast like that, there's a lot of pressure. We're nervous about it going through. You had to be there alongside me, and at least I'm doing something. I mean, you did a really good job of scrolling and following along. Like it was pretty seamless. So you should feel good about that. But there's like something called like eye training when your like eyes are just on the computer for that one. I know as I was reading, I had to make the text bigger because it was wearing on me. Just reading that much straight was a lot. But I think that it was a really good podcast. You asked me, Rabbi, do you think like, are you podcast no, just because the other ones always have a chance to blow up. However, our podcast together, this series, will be one of the crowning achievements I feel of my live streaming career, which is different. Meaning, like I'll be very proud when this series is done. That we'll be able to say, um, this is where our civilization is going. Much more than just some small, some like short 50-minute podcast with somebody. Even if they have 250,000 followers, I'd rather do long form like we're doing with you, where we're able to like we're talking about like really interesting things, like everything that's small and minute, like uh, PlayStation no longer producing hits, to pardon me, to de-extinction and uh, the idea of like traveling and sending people into space. That's really mind blowing. So I was going to say as well, my opinion, it would be a good idea. I know you're only one person, but every time you put out a podcast, you should put out a press release. And if you're like, well, what does that do? It will help you to rank for search engine optimization purposes so that when people type your name in and what your podcast is, because press releases have higher authority than a blog, it will help to produce accurate information about yourself. You'll be like, okay, well, how much is it? It's free. You can only do on most sites like 5 per month or sometimes 2 per month, but you can create multiple accounts so that you can do them more often. But I can tell you how important these are. When I used to ask, ChatGPT about myself, it didn't really know that much about myself. It was like Rabbi Rothschild is Orthodox Rabbi, communist, technologist, all this stuff. But now, because of the press releases, it goes really in depth. So, like, you basically are teaching it what you wanted to know about yourself. Does that make sense? Excellent. What is going on, Reverend Andrew? Reverend Andrew, I think you fell asleep earlier today, which is absolutely fine. I love that you are here. Tony and I did a 2-hour podcast. We did a 2-hour podcast on futurism, specifically on the years 2027 and 2028. And if you're like, you spoke for 2 hours just on 2 years, ask Tony. Absolutely. We covered it in extreme depth. Oh, we just did this as a recording, so we weren't live streaming it. Yeah, yeah. So sometimes people, yeah, it was Tony's longest podcast in his career. That's exactly right. Yeah, and from Wikipedia. Yeah, we agree. We kind of were doing it together. I was reading that website, and he was scrolling, showing all of the images from it. Yeah, and then we would talk. Yeah, and then when we were done with the year, we would talk about it and what we're excited for. Like some of the topics. I think next year, the European Union has mandated that batteries must be replaceable in their devices, and things like perhaps the ability for cancer and heart disease technologies. So just listen. Just, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Wouldn't you say? Okay, that's absolutely not true. There's nothing about talking about technology in the Bible. That's your opinion, and frankly, it is a small-minded opinion. Now, let's move to. That is an irrational thought, and just because just because you just because you make it up in your mind does not mean that it is valid within anyone else's religion. Now, an amputee. When you, exactly, and when you say that glasses are beneficial to people with poor vision, it's a good question. Well, okay, so from an evolutionary evolutionary standpoint, our vision hasn't always had to be extremely accurate in older age because we weren't expected to live this long. And in terms of the prosthetic limb, uh, they could have lost it from a number of things. They could have lost it in a car accident. It could have been cut off in a lumber incident, timber incident. It could have just been some kind of genetic defect that they had. There are many reasons. Perhaps. So, okay. Okay, I mean, you're allowed to believe whatever you want to believe or charge anyone you want with court crimes. What we're saying are things like potentially cannabis being legalized in the majority of the world's countries. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Or something like, okay, well, you're confusing our statement of, and hey, 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 quit cutting me off, okay? You're you are mistaking our anticipation of events in the upcoming future as being pro one or anti another. We didn't make, and we were very neutral. We were just saying, hey, this is what the world is. This is where we're moving. So um, we even didn't even say that cannabis legalization was a good thing or a bad thing necessarily. I did make the comment that if you are going to legalize it, then you can't forget about the people who have criminal records because of it and perhaps be able to help them. But we didn't say it was good or bad. Same with the idea of perhaps like the largest particle accelerator in the world is being built in China. We didn't say that was a good thing or a bad thing. We just basically stated this is a news event that we can anticipate in the next 2 years. Hey, you look good. You look good. You look good. You up? That's exactly right. Um, the, the Summer Olympics coming to Los Angeles, that's something that we anticipate. And we went into some depth. Things like the extinction of the woolly mammoth is something that we anticipate by 2028, and reintroducing the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. That's a reality what's going to happen. It's kind of, this is how I describe it, and maybe you don't agree, but it's like if you are trying to reach a wall across the room and you keep multiplying your proximity to the wall by 0.5, you'll get closer and then closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer, but you'll never actually get there. In my opinion, that's somewhat what knowledge is you never actually know anything. you can only have a lot of evidence that sways you in one way or another. It's generally belief.
What kind of evidence?
There are perhaps more types of evidence. There are perhaps more types of evidence than that.
Anyway, this thing, we can't stop everyone.
It's good. That's what I'm here to do. Yes, sir.
This thing from the steps.
With the steps.
Last guy,
Oh, for the timestamps, yeah.
he's limited. I need to pay. So,
Okay, so so what I want you to do, if you can, take the YouTube link of any of them and put it into ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to put timestamps in. Can you do that for me, please? Okay.
what the Bible says about that knowledge, you would go back to the one of righteousness, not manipulation.
There you go. Wait, exactly. And meaning, if you're celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day, that's a major travesty. Now, I understand the argument is if a non-Jew is doing that, there's an argument to be made. There's an argument to be made that you can, in many ways, disprove anyone's Judaic line. You could always say that they came from convert who did not have a kosher conversion. There's an argument to be made there. Oh, just one moment, Reverend Andrew. Tony, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, I have good news. I think this is good news. You remember I was saying, like, hey, I got 130,000 contact pages that I've been trying to reach out. I had, I think, a nice sized podcast reach out to me, and they want to interview me. So that's good. That tells me if I do this every day, it results in at least, hopefully like 2 people who respond to me, and of those 1 or 2 people, generally at least one of them wants to do an interview. So I just have to keep this going, and it's like this constant opportunity to be interviewed on different podcasts.
Nice.
It is nice. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Back to Reverend Andrew's point. I think you're bringing up valid arguments. I'm glad that our discussion caused you to think on the matter. That's correct. In fact, I want to say, um, so one of my rabbinic colleagues, especially as I was making the speak on, was a Rabbi Yehuda Oppenheimer, and we were reviewing this one week, and he stated that before his mother would light Shabbos candles, that she would remember these two phrases to guard and to remember more and so forth. And as I like Shabbos candles, that always sticks out in my mind. Well, it ended up that she died on the the, the basically as Shabbat was uh, being welcomed. And I always thought this was interesting timing that you think that he and I had discussed and that was so important to her, she would die um, at that moment. And so basically, his mother, blessed memory, was it was very poetic that these two important aspects of Shabbat that she always reinforced with him and the Oppenheimer family would be the time of her death. She lived to be 80, something like that, so she had a good run. But I always thought that was interesting. It's like Shabbat candles. I do my best to remember to guard and remember. So you're bringing up. You're absolutely right. That's consistent with everything Jewish. Absolutely. Just yes. Just one moment to Reverend. Just one moment, Reverend Andrew. Just one moment, Reverend Andrew. Tony has a question. Go ahead.
I did that step for our episodes.
Did it work with ChatGPT?
Yes, it's more beautiful.
There you go. Is that what you wanted? All right. So now what you need to do is go back to your old ones and start doing that and put it in the comments. And you watch, a lot of people will like your comment as well.
Yeah. It works. It works really good.
If I may ask, is that something that
I was able to try reply all of that because I was thinking I need to do it. I was seeing that in my friends
yes?
podcasts. I want to ask first if I able it, so I am happy.
Okay, good.
I need to do it.
Excellent. So you know how to do it now. All you do is take the full link, put it into ChatGPT, and it will give that to you. And it's very accurate. Yes, sir. Right, I know. Ishmael and Isaac. It's one of those. It's it's one of those interesting interpretive aspects of Torah that does seem inconsistent. No, it, it's not clear. It's not clear. I mean, look, if if you're talking about having two sons, and then all of a sudden we only find out that you're talking that it says that you only have one son, there's a question there. Is there a textual inaccuracy? Was it misremembered? Or is this giving a bigger vision that you are that there's only one legitimate lineage? I mean, it's just questionable, and it's one of those things that detractors of scripture say is an inconsistency in the Bible. Well, ideally, you would have said, and for these reasons, Ishmael was cut off. But there is it's just a moment to Tony. Tony. So are you going to now take those timestamps and put them on all the videos? Okay, because it's in the middle of the night there, isn't it? Hey, let me ask you, if you want, because I slept after, when you awake and you eat breakfast and you're ready to go, come back in here. We could do another 2 hours. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Apologies. Yeah, and actually, Tony had a really good idea. So, like, each topic that we go into is maybe like 5 or 10 minutes, and he can break those up into smaller clips so that they're more digestible. So, if somebody's just interested in, like, video games are no longer going to have physical discs anymore. Every kids who are interested in video games will click on that video, but they might not click on a video about the extinction or something like that. And to your point, Tony, I completely understand you've got a busy day, so we'll do it maybe. Uh, we can maybe do it during the week, or at the latest, we'll do it next weekend, and then we'll just do it. I anticipate for the next of the years that we do, um, like each year kind of takes like an hour to do, which is an incredible amount. But it will only be like that for the next, I would say, decade or two, and then there's just not as much about it. So don't think that this is going to take hundreds of hours. No, but it is going to be a lot of content for you. You know what's important for you, Tony, is when you want to get monetized. This is very important that you have a lot of watch hours. And so if you have, you know what I mean, if you only have 4, like one of our podcasts is the equivalent to 4 of your other podcasts.
Yeah.